This is the voice of the New York Football Giants, Bob Papa, and you are listening to the best throughout Europe, the Big Blue UK and Ireland podcast.
Welcome back, Giants fans, to the latest edition of the Big Blue UK and Ireland podcast, proudly in association with Andy's Man Club. We are back once again, night 2, rounds 2 and 3, and don't know about you boys, but knackered, tired, too much adrenaline running through the body as we went to bed last night after the trade back up into the first round. But how are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Looking forward to getting into it again tonight. Kind of got a bit longer to wait for us to make a pick tonight than we did last night. But you know, we're looking forward to kind of just covering the drafting content a bit more tonight and kind of watching it with a little bit more of a relaxed reaction to it all than what we probably did last night. Really.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. I was buzzing last night, like I couldn't get to sleep. Luckily, I had the school run to do before I got to go to bed, so that helped me knacker me out. But I watched some of the interviews and all that type of stuff, and I'm just even more excited for the picks last night. I am looking forward to sitting down tonight and going through, like Shane said, sort of seeing all the other teams making their picks as we go along and looking at, does that team fit this player and stuff like that? And yeah, I'm just really enjoying sitting here talking about these prospects and going over the what the new look Giants could look like with these young fellas coming in.
Yeah, and obviously with the trade up that happened last night, we used the second rounder and the second of our third rounders to move up. So we've gone from having 3 picks this evening down to just the 1, which is the first in the third round. So bit of a wait until we get there. Obviously, we've got about 55 minutes, just over 55 minutes until the first team, which is the Cleveland Browns, are back on the clock. And I'm sure a lot of eyes will be looking to see if Shedeur Sanders goes there. Obviously, he did not go last night. But for this first hour, as the lead up, we're going to bring on some guests just to kind of give their thoughts on last night, and depending on time, we'll also speak to Shane and to Kev about some players maybe to look out for with that third round pick at the beginning there. Obviously, if you're watching this on YouTube or on X or on Twitch, please make sure that you share it about, like it, subscribe if you don't, get involved in the comments as you always do. Help us through the evening. 5.5 hours last night. It's going to be something similar tonight, I'd imagine. But we're going to bring Andy in from the New York Giants Fans UK page now. Give me a thumbs up, Andy, if you are good to go. He is good to go. We'll bring him in. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Not bad, bud. You?
Yeah, all good. He's got his draft cap on. He's ready to be drafted himself.
Bit old for
that. Aren't we all? Long evening last night, considering we picked third and then obviously back in towards the tail end, which must have been around 4 o'clock, I want to say, around the 4 o'clock mark. So I guess first things first, we'll start with pick 3. I guess it was kind of not really a surprise, but what do you make of it?
That was probably the most predictable pick we've made in years. I like the guy. Obviously, he's got red flags. Every rookie does. But the lack of power doesn't really worry me because I do think he's going to be elite at the QB spy. And I think in the NFL, that's going to become a big part of what everyone has to do. So, yeah, I think we'll get the upside of it.
And, there's a lot of people obviously comparing him in a way to LT, and he didn't help matters last night by saying that he wasn't quite interested in the 11 jersey number and was looking at 56 when he spoke to Micah Parsons. But obviously we live in a different age now, and I think the comparisons can pretty much end there between the two of them. I think, LT was much bigger, probably played a little slower as the game did back then. But then you move across to what happened later on in the draft with the trade up for Jackson Dart. I guess the first thing is we gave away the second rounder. We gave 99 away, which was our comp pick in the third round and a future third round. What do you make of the trade up value there from Joe Schoen?
It was cheap, was it not?
Hmm.
To get back into the first round without giving up our first round next year. I mean, who did LA trade with just behind us? Was it the Falcons?
Yeah.
I'm sure the Falcons wish they'd rang Houston first.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
LA took them for a fortune.
Yeah, it was a fool's bounty, really, wasn't it, for an edge rusher as well? So,
I suppose my question is, were the Rams panicking because we took their pick? But I think Joe Schoen did very well. I think he came out of yesterday looking very good.
And
was surprising.
And then Jackson Dart being the pick, what do you make of him?
To be honest, I know very little about the kid. It was only 48 hours out when Joe Schoen's kid posted the video. I was like, oh, okay, I should probably check out. I was literally on my way to London yesterday watching his John Gruden video. So I know bits, but if that's their guy, they've made their decision. They're hanging their jobs on it at the end of the day. So if he's not the guy, 2 years' time, we're talking about Arch Manning and they're gone. If he is the guy, yeah, we watch with enthusiasm, see where the next Manning goes, but it won't be us.
It's funny you mentioned Manning because Jackson Dart became only the third quarterback to be drafted in the first round out of Ole Miss behind Arch Manning and Eli Manning. So he's in pretty good standing there. What do you make? I mean, this is the first time we've obviously had you on in a while, and definitely the first time this off season. What do you make of the moves that the Giants have made so far this off season?
To be fair, they're not as panicked as I expected them to be. Obviously, with a GM that's on a hot seat usually does rash things, and I wouldn't say he's done anything that's really outrageous. It should get the job done. I quite like Holland. Obviously, everyone's going to go on about how we should have just paid McKinney, but hindsight's a beautiful thing. By the time Joe Schoen realised, actually, I do need to pay these backs, McKinney's in Green Bay. So,
I think we've spoken about it on here before, but I think it's the telling of somebody with good character when they're willing to admit mistakes and right the mistakes that they know that they've made without kind of doubling down on it. And it did seem like Joe Schoen did that in the offseason with the pickup of Paulson Adebo at cornerback, and then, like you say, Javon Holland at safety, two positions that he neglected in 2024. He's obviously gone, okay, these are two positions that I really need to focus on, which is ironic considering he mentioned during Hard Knocks that we were struggling at cornerback, and we continued to struggle at cornerback until we decided to pick up Adoree Jackson, and that went horrendously well. What do you think is still necessary for us to strengthen as we go through the next 2 days?
I'd like to see them add another DT to go alongside Dirks, but maybe I'm getting greedy because that line suddenly looks scary as hell. I wouldn't want to face it, but I wouldn't want to face last year's either. It wasn't that good.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we definitely need to shore up going forward. It was a big Achilles heel last year, that run game. Obviously, once Dex went down as well, it only compounded matters. And maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we do need to be greedy on that line, with the caveat of if Dex goes down again, are we going to have somebody who can at least give us 50%? Because that would be more than we got last year.
Yeah. We're in a position where we actually look strong quite across the board. I don't think it'll be respected in the NFL until it's on the field and it's beating good teams, which our schedule's got us against good teams. But I think we'll be better than we were last year. Well, we better be. But Like, I don't know. I'm the guy that predicted 12-5 last year, so I probably wouldn't listen to me.
Was that maybe one of those bold predictions that we didn't remember at the end of the season?
I would love to tell you I didn't mean it, but I genuinely thought we were good. Like, and then obviously we're all in Munich. Shane missed it. Shane was probably the lucky one in the end. Like, the trip was great, but the game, oh my God. I think my halftime rant about DJ as he went off the field was the highlight of the 49ers fans behind me's day. I sat down and they said, "You care too much." It's like, if you don't care, why are you not here? Like, you know.
Yeah. I think, funnily enough, I think Shane was probably the only one who was close to predicting what happened with the Giants last year. I think a lot of us had the rose-tinted glasses on and saw Daniel Jones maybe for more than what he was. Shane's never been one to pull his punches with Jones, and obviously was pretty much on the money there.
The problem is this team can only put you through so much losing until you just go, you know what, we're just going to lose this year.
Are you not used to losing by now? I saw your Baggers team last weekend. It wasn't good.
I was thinking, is he going to mention it? Is he going to mention it?
Do you know how long I've waited to beat the damn Baggers? You guys murder us every season without fail. I'm owed one.
Amazing. Well, I mean, that's pretty much everything I had. Is there anything else you wanted to add, Andy?
No, I just hope we go best player available at 65 today and continue. I wouldn't be surprised to see us bounce back in. I think we've got tradable assets. I don't think it will be Thibodeau, but maybe we bounce in, maybe we don't. But whatever we do from here on out, it's Joe Shane's show, right?
Yeah.
Would you want to see Thibodeau moved, or would you want to see what maybe we could have with 3 competent edge rushers? And I mean, is there a chance that now Carter's been drafted? Does it maybe light a bit of a fire under Thibodeau at the same time as well?
Well, with the fact they just took his extension, I expect he'll be here. Obviously, it was slightly before yours that we won the Super Bowls, which is why you're probably more realistic than the rest of us, because we've all been here not thinking we're going to do anything and ended with the trophy. But when you had OC, JPP, Tuck, like, we had some really good defensive lines. And I think we're all kind of thinking, oh, maybe we've got that again. And you've got to see it on the field before you write it off. So it's not costing you anything to keep Thibodeau, really. He's on a rookie deal. You might as well give it a year and see how it goes.
Absolutely agree. Andy, before you go, just give the Facebook group a little plug. Obviously, it's the reason that we are all here, really, and serves an absolutely fantastic purpose.
That's going to sound terrible. What is the handle for that? It's like the NY Giants Fans UK or something, isn't it? Hey, yes. I would have it as the UK Giants, but, you know, Keith's got his ways and it's fair. But yeah, you can find us on Facebook, Twitter. Through those, you can find the Discord, which is getting a little bit of a community now. So hopefully that gets bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, I'm in the Discord myself, and yeah, the conversation always flows in there, especially on game day. So yeah, get involved. Any UK fans who aren't. Thanks for joining us, Andy. We're firing through the guests, but appreciate you coming on. And we'll have you back on in the off season when we have a prolonged chat about everything else that goes on. Yeah, enjoy the draft night, lads. Cheers, Andy. There we go. So that was Andy from the UK or the New York Giants Fans UK Facebook group. God, it's trying to get that whole thing rolling off the tongue, isn't it, from start to finish there. Kev, there was a question that I put in the group earlier. I just want to get your thoughts on it while we kind of wait for Aaron to come on. But is Joe Shane's biggest asset what he's able to do in trades, whether it be player or draft?
Yeah, I mean, he has shown great aptitude when it comes to trades. He always seems to come out on the right side of it. And, obviously, players might not pan out or whatever, but the actual, on the face of it, he never seems to lose a trade, which is a good in the sense, like, you don't want him to mortgage the future. He'll never get mugged off. We'll never come out of a trade going, we've had our pants down here. And that's a great way to sort of like keep the franchise moving forward. We just need some of these draft picks now to pan out, to really sort of get the team going forward. But I do think, yeah, I mean, every time we've made a trade or something like that, and even like in free agency and stuff, you could say like keeping Saquon, he should have kept Saquon. But, you know, the actual, if you look at it, maybe the right decision was to let him go in the sense that he wouldn't have had the year with us that he had in Philly for the simple reason our O-line is nowhere near the level of Philly's. So every decision he's kind of made, I mean, I'd be hard pressed to really hear a decision that Joe Schoen's made and go, that was awful, like really bad. There's been some missteps and some that haven't quite panned out, but initially it's always been like, I see that. That makes sense for this franchise going forward. So, and I have said it in the past where like that part of it, if you're doing that part of it well, it does help you and puts you in good footing. But also, like he is learning on the spot. He's a first-time GM. So if he's got that in his arsenal, I think he has learned so much from the last 2 years. And you know, everyone thought that he could get trigger happy last night and go firing up the draft board to try and get Dart, because it looks, by the sounds of it, it was Sanders up until recently, and they sort of like pivoted quite badly a few weeks ago away from Sanders. So I don't know what he was up to or what he's done, but you know, Dart became their guy. And we all talked about Carter Dart. Make it happen. Just how can you make that happen? And we never believed it would because it was too good a scenario. But Joe Schoen stood pat, didn't go flying, didn't go mental, waited and waited till the right opportunity came along. And he got a very, very good deal to move up to 25 to take the future franchise quarterback. So going back to what you said, I think like the deals have been fantastic. They really have like the actual trading. So and I think, you know, he hasn't had a big trade this year yet. Could there be something in the offing this weekend, maybe, or in the off season? Be interesting to find out.
Shane, obviously, in the off season when we had our discussions before the GM in Joe Schoen and head coach in Brian Dable were retained, you were obviously quite vocal about your thoughts on both of them. How do you think it's gone so far for Joe Schoen? Has he started to get back in the good graces?
No. And the reason I say no is because for me, I want this team to start winning.
It's wins. It's the wins and losses column that makes the difference.
Yeah, that's what matters now. Has he had a good off season so far with the players reporting in free agency and the players we've drafted? It appears that way. Excuse me. But for me, the kind of like saying the proof is in the pudding, so to speak. And you know, it's all well and good winning off seasons every year, which is what it feels like. All Giants fans seem to say, "Oh yeah, we had a good draft, and then the players never really progressed the way we want them to." So you know, I couldn't really give a toss about the off season, so to speak, because to get the players in, we need to get the wins and the losses. That is what is going to kind of redeem him and kind of make fans get fans back on side, so to speak. And that's not to say that I'm not on side. You know, I'm here. They're our GM, they're our head coach for the following year. So I'm 100% behind them. Want them to win, you know, 10, 12 wins, 14 wins, be absolutely fantastic. You know, that's what you want to see at the end of the day. It's not a case of saying, oh, well, I hope they lose, so I can turn and say I was right. It's not about being right. It's about what's right for the New York Giants. What's right for the New York Giants is winning football matches. I mean, you know, I know there's been kind of some things about, does this give Dable and Shane 2 years because they've took Jackson Dart now? For me, not necessarily, because for them to get 2 years, one of two things have got to happen. Either we have a progressive season this year, and I'll leave that open to interpretation as to what people want progress this year, or secondly, we're not progressing, which means they're on the hot seat. Do they then put Jackson Dart in and say, look, this is what we've been doing, this is what we've been working with, you need to keep us for another year? So I don't think it necessarily means 2 years, because if we're shit and Jackson Dart start the last 4 games and look shit as well, I'm not guaranteeing they're going to get that extra year.
Yeah. Right. Mayo is in the building, so we're going to bring him in. He's going to stick with us probably up until Dan comes on, while we bring in the other guests as well, who will be coming in 10 minutes' time. Come on then. Let us know how are you breaking down last night's fun?
It was we were the exciting team last night, weren't we? You know, there was all the talk that we might be coming back, and then, like I think you guys just said, did you really believe it? We hoped it was going to happen. It felt like it made sense to us. All the moves we've done in the off season is, and then to be the team that comes on the clock. It wasn't a massive surprise to see us come back on the clock after that. I think I said in the kind of chat, I thought from the Vikings on down, that's where the kind of value to move up was. And yeah, it was a thing. It was really exciting when the Jags came on the clock, because my number one guy was always Travis Hunter. I went, I wonder if they're coming up for Carter. But I think we couldn't lose. If it was Ward, Carter, or Hunter that came to us at 3, we couldn't lose. And you know, I look at what the Browns got from trading down from 2. I'd rather have Carter than that similar deal. I think that piece that we get again on that D line, the player that we could have out of that, you don't pass on a blue chipper. There were 2 blue chippers at the draft, and we have one of them at pick 3, so we've had value. So yeah, really exciting for that. And then the Dart quarterback, we said at the start of the season, we had to come out through the start of the off season. We have to come out with a future franchise quarterback. Is Dart a franchise quarterback? Time will tell, but we know what the guy is at the moment, at least for the next 2 years. You know, and I think that was an important thing is why, to the previous question, why I would have Shane and Dable for 2 years is the last thing you want to do is do Daniel Jones 2.0 and fire the team that drafted him before you knew if he was good or not. And I think Shane and Dable have got to be the leadership of the Giants team as long as we think Dart is potentially the guy. Now, there is a possibility that they make some sort of decision pre-season and Dart is going to be the guy by week 3, by week 4, and it looks terrible, and then you go clean the house. I think it's unlikely. I think I would put, you know, a strong chance that we don't see Dart outside of preseason this next year. Maybe you get the perfect scenario like Pat Mahomes' rookie year, where you've already qualified for the playoffs, you're locked into your seed, you've got a free shot with a good squad to put the guy in. The likelihood of that is pretty low, so I don't think he plays at all in the season. But you've got all the infrastructure around him to make him a starter in this league. He's got the intangibles, which is why he's drafted in the first round. And there's some people have him in the 4th QB in this draft. Some people have him the 2nd QB in the draft. I think the difference between QB2 and QB4 is quite close in this draft, and it's kind of who's your style, pick your style. And then he's got the background of coming through from Ole Miss. He's got the connections with Joe Judge and what New York is going to be like. Joe Judge was at the his draft party, so he's got that kind of connection. And although the leadership in the Giants organization is not the Joe Judge leadership, a lot of the other people, a lot of the ownership is still the same people. There's the connection, there's the how to live in New York, all of these things that a young player might struggle with transition is already all there. And then you've got the kind of Eli Manning connection. He's been to the Manning Passing Academy. He's you know, wore the same jersey as Eli in college. And why wouldn't you tap into all of that resource to go, well, you were the best guy to ever do it in New York. You know, you're I think in Jackson Dart's press conference about an hour ago. It was released. He said he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, Eli Manning, which is a bit of a touchy subject because he was on the first ballot, didn't quite make it. But in our eyes, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. So I don't disagree with him there. Mm. Why wouldn't you tap into all of that knowledge? And you know, Eli's involved with the Giants heavily. He's almost like a personal coach to Jackson Dart. You know, you got the head coach obviously going to have an impact on the quarterback, but you know, you can have Eli lead Jackson Dart round the locker room for a year without interfering with anything that's happening on the field, without, you know, and help develop the guy as a full thing so he can have as much success as possible. That's quite a unique position to be in. It's not like we're chucking him in at the fire and Bryce Young, you know, whether he's good or bad. It's just like, why don't we just chuck him straight in at the deep end and watch him sink and maybe he'll swim. He's got the best opportunity that he will have. And I think that's really exciting, you know, and we didn't overpay for him. I think we've essentially given up 2 third-round picks. If you look at our third-round pick history, that means we haven't given up anything.
That's what Shane said earlier.
Yeah. And so it's worth the swing. That's all we've been asking for as fans. Let's take a swing. And you know, and if in 2 years' time it doesn't work, we'll have a new head coach, we'll have a new GM, we'll have a new thinker quarterback, and at least it's only 2 years before we make that decision, not another 6 years of riding it out with Daniel Duds.
But like, just one thing, Aaron, quickly, like, you know, you touched on a point there, and I think it's a fantastic point. Like, you know, he's able to come in, he can be developed without being rushed. There's too many times when quarterbacks are forced to go out there when they're not ready. We mentioned players like Baker Mayfield last night. You know, these type of players, Sam Darnold, going to really bad situations. He can come in, like you said, there's like, was it Kafka basically put a coaching plan together for Mahomes when he was the coordinator there. You know, with Dable calling plays, which he will do, I can see Kafka, you know, maybe getting a plan together like this for Jackson Dart, and also like Eli being that mentor in the building. You know, you got your coaching, you got the offensive coordinator, head coach, offensive coordinator, position coach, and you've also got Eli as a mentor. You know, and let's face it as well, like, you know, with Wilson and Winston, there's no way he should start a game unless it's absolutely necessary, or he's shown enough to be able to go out there and earn it. And one of the big things as well, like, our O-line isn't a finished article yet. So part of me is like, do you know what? Let Russell Wilson deal with our O-line problems and not a young rookie quarterback. And let's try and sort of like see her navigate this season by improving the O-line, getting better play. So when Jackson Dart is inserted into the starting lineup, we've sort of built that O-line of experience or new players to be able to protect him the way he needs to be protected.
So we're going to have Brian jumping in a minute, but just quickly, Aaron, who are you looking at in round 3? Like, what? If I say to you, you could only choose one position, what position do you think is probably going to be the best at that point?
So I think if we have plans for O-linemen to come in and fix the problem at guard, I think you have to do it there. However, I think the fix is Evan Neal, and I'm hopeful that he's got the talent to be the fix at guard. We've addressed our defense mostly through free agency, and we spent a lot of money at free agency. And we know the secondary, we're not going to spend any money. Anyone that we draft for the secondary is not going to start. We fixed the secondary with young players that are going to be around for a couple of years and that kind of thing. So I would be aggressive with this draft, and I would draft another offensive weapon. So I would take a running back to pair with Tracy. Tracy was great, and I really like him. He's not one of these guys that's going to be the only guy you need in a running back room. He's also an older prospect, so we know running backs at 30. Okay, he's maybe got less mileage on the tread, and maybe he's all right. Let's get another running back in, or another wide receiver. We know I think the slot position or that fourth wide receiver, it's not worked with Hyatt. Let's go and get another wide receiver. And I think there's some players around on the board that would be good value at 64. And I don't think the value's there at 99. I think that's the one thing about losing the pick in the middle or not having that 99 pick. I think you kind of lose that. There's a little bit of a value drop at 105. And then certainly the value drops at the next pick. So and you can get good backups in this draft, but things. So I'd get your weapon now, and then you can add depth with your later picks to your defense or your offense. You can get a guard or tackle development project. You can get a linebacker depth or a special teamer or those guys later in the draft. They can be found, but put another strength in the running back room. Again, we're one injury away from Tracy to being in a position that doesn't look very good at running back. And another wide receiver. Again, Wandale is a very specific small slot. He's got small hands. He doesn't. If he can't get separation, he's not going to make that spectacular catch in the red zone. That's a problem. So if you can go and get a big slot guy that can be the red zone slot receiver, that would be a nice addition to add. So yeah, that's how I would play it.
But just that's a great shout, because I'm quite a big believer in, with one of your day 2 picks, of trading back a little bit and picking up some more ammunition, because I kind of think you should take running back, wide receiver at some point in the draft, like every year, just sort of like as many swings as you can sort of have at it. So I really do like that idea. But I just have to give a quick shout out to Snapdan there. He's actually a Seahawks fan, and me and him go way back. Like, we used to play Madden together back in the day and stuff like. So I'm kind of glad we got some other fans on tonight as well for this draft.
Shane, looking at that pick at the beginning of round 3, what are you? Is there a specific player you're kind of eyeing up? Are there a couple of players that you think I'd be really happy if we were able to get them in that sweet spot?
No, I mean, I think personally, with that third round pick, you stick to your board. Just take BPA available, whether it's a wide receiver, whether it's a guard, whether it's a tackle, D tackle, whatever it might be. Just take whatever player you have got the highest grade on. That's how I think we need to be drafting, basically. I think when you start trying to draft for need a little bit, you can get into reaching a little bit and maybe passing on guys that are the better footballer, and then we as fans, as we have all done, get frustrated when you pass up on that player who then goes on to have a Pro Bowl, All-Pro, Super Bowl kind of career with another team, and you're like, well, why did we not take him? He was there for the taking. So for me, I think, certain positions you're thinking. I mean, obviously we made a strong runner to Will Freeze in free agency, so he's got something I seriously want to address. Like Mayo said, running back could be an option behind Tyrone Tracy. Someone's partner with Dex. So I just think just take BPA, stick to your board, stay true to your board, like you did with the number 3 pick.
That's very, very true. Kev, I know you've got a few my guys. I'm sure you've got a few big bums in seats that you're waiting to jump up.
Oh, 100%. I mean, good thing with this draft is, we mentioned it before, there's such depth at defensive tackle and running back and stuff like that. So I kind of completely agree with what Shane's saying, in the sense that, but I think there will be a player there at a position that will help us, and it won't feel like it won't feel like a reach, and it won't feel like, but we could have got someone in a different position. I think there'll be some there. I mean, if we get an offensive guard, I mean, I love Tate Ratledge. He just plays with that nasty streak, and it's not just the mullet and the tash, although they are awesome. I do think he's a good player. We've met with Marcus Bowe as well. Marcus Bowe's still on the board, and I think he could kind of sneak into early third. And the defensive line, we've met with loads. I mean, was it for the 30 visits? Alexander's still there. He might go. Collins, we met twice, 30 visits and at a combine visit. He might go as well. But Joshua Farmer from Florida State, we had a 30 visit on him, and he could definitely be there into the third round. So there's definitely players that sort of stand out. And I mean, we go through loads of them. I mean, like, you know, you Cam Scadaboo, everyone's darling, who had an absolute awesome season this year, especially in the playoffs. You know, we had a 30 visit with him. He could be there around that third round. You know, Giddens, Neil, Tootin, big body Martinez as well. You know, he's a bigger back. There's lots of, I think there'll be lots of options there that we could look at. And that's not even talking about wide receivers. There's so many wide receivers. I mean, I love Savion Williams. He was one of my guys. He was in for a 30 visit. I'm a lot higher on him than other people are. I'm sorry, Shane, he did go to TCU. But even like tight ends as well, like, you know, obviously your Taylor Arroyos, Ferguson's will all go. But will your Helms be there? Will your Evans be there? Will, you know, your Luke Lachey's be there, who me and Shane are very high on. So there's just like seems to be lots of options where, again, when it comes to our pick, it'll have to be something way out of left field for me to turn around and go, what are you doing there? There just seems to be a lot of options. So I am looking forward to seeing these players come off the board and see in what way they come off the board. But I think, yeah, when we get to pick 65, I think we'll be very happy with it.
I was going to ask you boys who's your BPAs at the moment, but I think I can guess that Nick Emenwari, Will Johnson, and Mike Green are probably your top 3 best player available on your boards right now. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, but then Luther Burden's still there. I mean, did you see, like, I mean, I'm so surprised he wasn't snapped up at all. And you see his social media, he posted like at midnight Eastern time that he was in Missouri training facilities working out. You know, he wasn't picked in the first round, so he went for a workout last night, let off a bit of steam and stuff. Like, you know, that type of stuff. Like, you know, he'll go very early, you know, and someone will be happy with Benjamin Morrison's hip issue, you know, so he'll come off. But there's some interesting ones there.
Had to be the Golden Dome in there. Shane, who's the next Penn State player on your big board?
Kevin Winston.
Safety.
Yeah, got him at 45 on my big board. But, you know, kind of before that, I mean, a guy me and Kev were both high on, Donovan Ezeroku, kind of had murmurings he could have been taken in the first round. He's fell into the second round. Another one me and Kev were both high on, but obviously I'll put him on my top 5. That's Darius Alexander at Toledo. He's still available. And then, you know, you got some running backs. Johnson, Henderson, Judkins are the kind of the next best running backs. These are all guys who I can envision the names going very early tonight, along with a couple of the guys that Kev mentioned as well.
Just quickly, Shane, do you think it'll be the second round or third round when we see that real run on running back?
Third round. I think what you might see is you might see a bit of a run when one of them goes. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if you see Johnson, Henderson, Judkins maybe go within 6 or 7 picks of each other. Then I think you might see a gap for a while where maybe defensive tackles are taken or offensive linemen, and then you might see the next kind of run on running backs.
Yeah, I think you see a running safety as well, but just Malachi Starks going in the first round. We've seen all day long. McKinney shouldn't have been there in the second round, but the league just don't seem to value safeties the way they used to. So I can see a run on safeties as well going today.
Yeah, I'd imagine Emenwari's probably going to go within the first 5, maybe 10 picks. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a lot of trades quite early on with the players that are still available out there.
But I think I've heard the Browns may be looking to move. Obviously, they've got 2 picks quite early. Is it 2 of the first 4 picks or something like that? And then obviously you got Shedeur sat there as well. Ian Rappaport was on the network not too long ago saying the Raiders are having a conversation, and if Raiders don't take him, it could be another long night for Shedeur Sanders. Now, obviously, you've got to imagine he's got to have flunked his interviews drastically bad.
Something's gone on there, hasn't it? Like, so there is something that people aren't liking. Mate, what's your take on the whole Shedeur Sanders issue?
Yeah, so he was such a hard evaluation because of the type of offense and the problems with the offensive line and those kind of things. And with quarterback, you a first round quarterback, you don't want to be left with unanswered questions. And I think that's where we are with Jackson Dart. We know where his gaps are. We know what the questions are, and we know where you have to work with him. Shedeur Sanders, you're not going to have the opportunity to, is he going to be the type of guy that's going to be happy as a backup for a year and really want to, invest in that kind of thing with all of the things that come around him? So I think he'll go today, and I don't think he'll be on the board long today. I think he'll go. But there is, rightly or wrongly, there is the whole Dion element to it, and he is very involved with his son. Is that going to be what you really, really want, or not? I don't know. And like you say, he's also doesn't have the upside the likes of Milroe and Dart have in their in their game. You're kind of seeing him overachieve his athleticism. He's a pocket passer. He's never going to have a way of extending plays or running. I think he's a very timing, rhythm, accuracy quarterback that's got a mid-arm, a mid-athleticism. He will probably be a starter in the league. He might go on a career journey like a Geno Smith or something like that. That maybe doesn't look great early on, but 10 years later he's still starting for teams and maybe gets better then than he is now. And I think that doesn't attract a premium. If you're going to take the chance on the quarterback, you go for the bigger swing, right? And I think that's what's causing the fall.
I think that's fair enough. I mean, 2 hours ago, Dion tweeted out something like, "Fuck it, I still believe in you." It doesn't help matters. I can't imagine it's helping the cause. Shane, there's big breaking news from the world of Abdul Carter. He's unfollowed the Eagles on Instagram. So, big step in the right direction.
Expect nothing less from my boy. He knows.
There's also a cracking video that the Giants released 12 minutes ago of him putting on a Giants helmet that also has a Darth Vader helmet interspliced in it. Did you
see the story from Carter about how he had a dream when he was 12 that he was going to be drafted by the Giants? Yeah. So he said that he said he doesn't really know full details of it, but he just vividly remembers his name being on a big screen and pick is in Abdul Carter, New York Giants, and so even though he's grew up an Eagles fan, Philly, all that kind of thing, it shows that I think he's really a player first and before a fan.
Let's not get away from the fact that we have drafted someone with the nickname of Darth Vader in Abdul Carter, and then Jackson Dart, who looks like Anakin Skywalker and has the black Anakin face paint, on the day that was the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith's release in cinemas.
Yeah, and they're always going to be looked at together, so they're always going to be looked at as Darth Vader.
Darth Vader's good. I like that. That's
but it's we've got a history with 11s from Penn State, and he wasn't drafted by us, but he had spent some good years with us and had some good times. So it's one of those positions that you take from college that the guy that wears that jersey, he's got to have a little bit about him. And I think he'll make what he does in the professional leagues is what's going to be really, really important.
I've just seen apparently Mike Green's dropping down the draft boards due to the sexual assault allegations, and apparently bombed his interviews as well.
That's why these these combine interviews are almost more important than the underwear Olympics, as we're coining it. Like those interviews can make or break you. I mean, we saw an insight into them during the Hard Knocks preseason stuff with the Giants last year, where you could see how well some of the prospects came across. And I can fully understand that there will be certain GMs who are rubbed the wrong way by Shedeur Sanders and the whole kind of, circus that comes with Shedeur, but also will be rubbed the wrong way by these players who have red flags, who maybe don't take them as seriously as maybe they want them to. Because obviously you're looking at going from being a kid in university, you're playing football, you've got the world in front of you. But once you get into the NFL, it becomes your job. And a lot of teams take that very seriously.
This is what's kind of hard, to be honest, at times with doing your kind of your big boards and your positional rankings. Like, I've got Will Johnson at 7. I've got Will Johnson at 7 because I don't have access to his medical records like some teams do. Now, he could have something on his medical record where teams are going, you know what, he's on 48 at our big board. Mike Green, he's 19 on my big board. I think I had him at edge 3. But if he's bombed his interviews, maybe I wouldn't be doing it. And in reply to Andy, Mike Green's going to end up in Philadelphia. I'm fucking calling it now. It's just the way that it goes with them. But yeah, this is kind of what does make your evaluation process and your big boards personally difficult. We're not privy to the wonderful information. But as we've got draft royalty on the podcast, quiet and over.
How we doing, Monty?
How we doing, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Did you enjoy last night?
Yeah, I mean, I was probably I was probably the most anxious I've ever been for a draft, just purely off the idea that I usually know like when the time I can be anxious. But there was all the rumors that there was going to be a trade up, and like we didn't really know for who, when, or where. So I just felt like basically the entire draft, I was just like on edge. I'm like, when is it going to happen? What is it going to cost? Who are we going to get? But I'm pretty happy that it all came out.
How's I'm guessing you've spoken to Sal.
Yeah.
How's Sal feeling about everything that's gone on?
Sal's doing good. I think at the end of the day, kind of both of our views is, we had our preferences. We both were more like Shedeur Sanders guys. Sal more than I was, but we have been really more advocating that they need to swing on their guy, and us as fans, we can sit here and can argue like, hey, I think this guy's better, you think that guy's better, and that's what we do. We have the right to do that as fans, and that makes this thing fun. But at the end of the day, like, if that's their guy, then show us why he's your guy. And like, I'm just happy that and Sal's too, that we just moved past that obstacle where we're just refusing to commit to anybody, and finally it's like, all right, we got a guy, show us why you picked him.
And then obviously Carter off the board at 3. Pretty obvious. It was the obvious choice, wasn't it? But I think we're all very, very happy with how that's turning out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one we're all pretty mentally prepared for. That one seemingly was going to be the pick. I was a big Hunter guy, but I seemed pretty likely Hunter wasn't going to make it there. And there was some stuff about like a trade down, and I was interested to see if any of that would work out. Ended up happening. It was just with the Browns, and they got a haul. So that something like that would definitely have interested me if that came across our board. Obviously, they didn't see the value there, but you walked away with one of the true blue chippers. And I think the exciting thing that everyone keeps bringing up is we are giving ourselves a true identity now. We finally are kind of getting back to the roots of the New York Giants with the pass rush.
So we've spoken to Shane, Kev, and to Mayo about who's on their big boards and who they're looking at in round 3. what about you? I mean, who's your sort of top guys on the big board left over? Because I mean, Nick Emenwari's obviously number 14 on Daniel Jeremiah's top 50, and just sitting there still.
Yeah, I mean, man, it would be real nice having pick 34 right now, but but it is what it is. You got to pay what you got to do to go get your quarterback. But it's going to be fun. The one guy who is, I mean, I saw some stuff today about more information about Will Johnson's injury, and I kind of understand why he fell more. If you kind of look it up, I guess there's more information out there about it. So I don't know how to feel about that, but he is the guy that is so interesting to me. Like, Sal and I both had him listed as a blue chipper. Like, really, like, obviously the injuries makes it hard, and you probably isn't that. You just didn't have enough information to really say if that would knock him out of that or not. But to me, I remember the Will Johnson who was following Marvin Harrison Jr. around the field and like going wherever he went, and playing head to head with him, like a true reason they won that national championship. He was one of the biggest players on that team. So the fact that he's still here on day 2, like, I don't know, at some point you just got to take a swing on it. I remember like the team I thought was like, all right, this is going to end here. It was the Broncos, funny enough. They ended up going corner, but I was like, man, can you imagine, the guy who I comp Will Johnson to, Patrick Surtain, like having those two on either side. They ended up going Jody Barron, who's also a really great player. It's a different type of player. Yeah, that's what I'm keeping my eye on. But for the Giants, I would really like if we came away with some sort of defensive lineman or offensive lineman here at 65.
It's really hard to predict who is going to obviously still be there. We don't know we were talking about it earlier. We don't know what the kind of run is going to be. Like, when is that run on defensive tackle where it kind of gets rid of those upper echelon kind of second tier guys? The same with running back. We don't know when that's going to happen. You've got a lot of guards in there still out there. There's a lot of edge players still out there. Who are you kind of hoping for when we get to the beginning of the third?
Yeah. So, one name, Bobby Skinner, I know, put out there, and I'm kind of on the same page as him, is Alfred Collins. Alfred Collins, I think, would be a fantastic fit for us, especially after getting Abdul Carter. I love Abdul Carter, but my one concern about Abdul Carter is like, a team that struggled so much stopping the run. Like, both him and Brian Burns are more of kind of like weak side run defenders, guys who aren't necessarily going to set the edge, but are going to be phenomenal chasing down runs from behind. So, one of them is going to have to kind of, in some sense, play out of position probably eventually for them. So if we could add a guy who's a true run stopper in the middle there to help with that, I think that would be huge for the team. And then it's also just like a huge need overall. So, Alfred Collins doesn't necessarily have the pass rush upside as, some of these other defensive linemen, but I think he is going to be like a good day one starter. Otherwise, a guy like Tate Ratledge from Georgia, I think he is a really good he's a really good interior offensive lineman if he falls. He's also, he's one of those typical like offensive linemen. He's got the mullet, it's like true country boy, like true dirt bag. You love to see that type of stuff. So those are a couple guys I have my eye on. I'd also be open to trading down from 65. I one mock I threw out there when I was just kind of messing around was maybe go back to the Houston Texans, get see if you can get 99 back, and get like, I think I did like 99 and 85 or something like that, and get 2 third-round picks out of it just towards the back end, maybe something like that interests them. I would definitely be intrigued by doing something like that as well.
Yeah, I love Collins there. So would you, if we were to get Collins, Monty, would you have him as the nose and Dex back at three tech, or would it be a case of just mixing it up?
I think it would probably be a case of mixing up, but like I could definitely see him playing nose, and you could open up Dex to play some 3 tech. I don't think you could really go wrong because Dex brings so much pass rush upside from the nose position that I'm not really worried about where you play him, to be honest. That's the beauty of Dexter Lawrence, you know what I mean?
And you're definitely not running on that front, are you?
No, yeah, that would be a tough one to run on, especially with some off ball linebackers helping out. So that's a good one. Those other offensive line names you keep an eye on: TJ Sanders, Shamar Turner. There's certain guys out there I think would be good grabs. Marcus Embo was a guy we brought in for a top 30 visit. I think he's a guy to keep an eye on there with that 65 pick. One name I do want to throw out there, I think would be a really interesting pick. I've obviously been saying here, like, I want to approach the trenches. That's kind of where I am. And if we didn't do trenches, I would probably be a little bit upset by the final result, I feel like, because I really want to get like a really good like player at both those spots. But one that would be interesting to me is Trey Harris from Ole Miss, obviously a teammate of Jackson Dart, actually a former teammate of Malik Neighbors too. It was his high school quarterback before he transitioned to wide receiver at Ole Miss. I really love the way that Trey Harris plays. He doesn't necessarily have the full route tree playing kind of that weird system there at Ole Miss, but he's just a guy that plays so much bigger than he is, and he's already a pretty big dude. Our comp for him, and he's a giant, was Hakeem Nicks. There was a little bit of that into his play style. Obviously, I don't think he's like quite as good as Hakeem Nicks. Hakeem Nicks is one of my favorite Giants ever, but I think that would be a really interesting pick at 65.
I love that. If he makes it there, that'd be fantastic. Like, I think I'm higher on him than I've seen a lot of other people. Like, I have him as a second round player. Like, I have him as in number 9 on my rankings. Like, so I'm quite high on him. But I've seen him really low. Like, a lot of people have him really low. And like, for me, when I was watching Jackson Dart, because obviously he was one of the QBs I was kind of eyeing up for this draft. Harris, I think they've got such a good connection. And when there's like single coverage, his man coverage is single on the outside, he literally just like lets Harris go and throws it up to him. Like, it's so good to see. But I think that'd be a great pick, to be honest.
Yeah, and then if you look at like I try to keep an eye on like what Daniel Jeremiah kind of has some of these guys ranked, but he's pretty good where he's gone like years where he's like gotten like 48 out of the top 50 players drafted were like 48 out of 50 on his big board and shit like that. He's pretty good with that stuff. So, it's interesting to see some of the guys we mentioned here, like Tate Ratledge, 62 on his big board. Trey Harris, 65. Alfred Collins, 66. Granted, not always going to hit. Tyleik Williams was 67. That guy went round 1. So, who knows? But, hopefully guys like that would be available to us.
Cool. I think we're 2 minutes away from the potential start of the second round. Do you think Shedeur goes?
So, there's a rumors that the Browns are trying to trade out of that pick. And to me, if you're trying to trade out of that pick, I don't know if you're planning on taking your quarterback there. They also, prepared themselves really well with getting first round pick next year that, they might want to turn around and get one next year. Fun fact is Drew Allar, who's looked as one of the top guys, he grew up a Cleveland Browns fan. So, maybe they look at this as more of a reset year for them, knowing that, they're still stuck with that Deshaun Watson contract no matter what they do. And maybe, they are going the veteran route with Joe Flacco this year, and they're going to try to get their rookie next year. That's possible. A team I'd keep an eye on for him, and I've seen it floated around, was the Raiders. The Raiders were a team that were so heavily connected to Shedeur Sanders in the first round for a while until they made that trade for Geno Smith. And I'll be honest with you, I still think it's a great landing spot for him. I think, I think Geno Smith and Shedeur Sanders, I think are very similar skill sets. I think, that's a player that he could be. He trains with Tom Brady, who is a big, shot caller there for the Raiders. So I think the idea that Shedeur Sanders could sit for a year or two behind Geno Smith and, learn from him, learn from Tom Brady, and then, step in when he kind of is caught up to the speed of the NFL game. I'm not necessarily as low as other people on his tools, so I think he could be a really good quarterback in that case. And any of the stuff that scared teams off from the interviews, he also has kind of a couple of years to learn how to be a pro as well.
Just one quick question, sorry, Monty. So you talk about the Browns there, and they're quite intriguing. I'm so surprised that they're not sort of being linked with Shedeur now. But could you see with them sort of trading back, and they've got what two twos, 2 3s, 4, 5, and 6? Do you think you might see one of them picks flipped for Kirk Cousins over the weekend?
I haven't really thought about it too much, but yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting thought. I mean, Kirk Cousins did eventually show up to the Atlanta Falcons building, so I don't know, but to me, it never made any sense for the Falcons to keep Kirk Cousins, like a guy kind of at the end of his career who wants a shot somewhere else. It feels like it's just not good business to kind of force that guy to be a backup on your team. So I've always kind of looked at this as an idea where he is going to eventually get flipped and traded. And the Browns are a team that I've been keeping an eye on. So yeah, I would not be surprised at all if he gets flipped this weekend. I would not be surprised at all if it's the Browns.
Yeah, because it kind of would make sense in the sense that they've loaded up to go after the QB next year. But if you bring Cousins in for 2 years, it gives you this season and then next season while the rookie sort of can sit behind him, and it might only cost that 4th or 5th round pick.
Yeah, no, it might not be too expensive for it. And like you said, they got a lot of draft capital now. So, and they already had a good bit of draft capital. They had 2/3 already, I believe. So, yeah, I could definitely see that.
Cool. Monty, thanks for coming on. We'll let you go and enjoy the second and third round without the anxiety of last night.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Obviously, we get some of those players that we have high up on the BPA go, and we'll be interested to see where they go. Before you go, do the plug. Do the plug for He's a Giant.
Thank you guys, and thank you for having me. Excited to enjoy this next round here. It's I'm sure mine as yours some of our favorite time of the year. But yeah, He's a Giant. If you are an NFL draft freak like I am, like some of the guys here, like my co-host Sal, we do a show on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, basically covering the NFL draft year round. We started covering this draft back in August on week 0 of college football, in addition to some summer scouting going in before it. But that's when we really dove into it all the way up until, just this last Wednesday. So we'll go ahead and give our thoughts on this draft, early next week. So make sure to follow us at He's a Giant Pod on Twitter. Follow me at Monte Cristo, MONTECRI5TO. Follow my co-host, Sal, Queens_guy on Twitter. Again, thank you guys for having me on. Check us out early next week.
Cool. Thanks, Monty. See you later,
Thanks,
mate.
guys. Talk to you guys later.
He's a good lad, isn't he?
Yeah, it's always good to have Monty on here. So I don't know I don't think it's officially on the clock yet for the Browns, but there seems to be a plethora of people on the stage there.
They've got people from every team to make picks today. Jason Sehorn's going to take doing the Giants pick, isn't he? So that's probably all of the ex-players, I'm guessing.
So there'll be some abuse. They'll be slagging off all the divisional rival teams and stuff. That's where it gets fun.
Some cracking facial hair on offer there. Matey in the green jacket just to the right there with the old school handlebar.
I always feel like this 33 pick is always traded. Like the teams have the draft is paused. Teams have a chance to think overnight, do all of their scenarios again, and this, that, and the other. And they go, you know what? We can't wait for this guy. This guy is so important. Someone's going to jump for someone up. So, and I think the Browns probably saying that they're willing to trade out of it is just trying to entice that person out more than anything, because they know they've got a pick in at 36. So if they can get a haul for someone that's desperate, that to make a splash overnight, I think this is where we can see it.
Yeah, what I sort of said earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if Vegas, if they wanted, because obviously with that first pick for Vegas, like Pete Carroll done his best work when he had an efficient quarterback and a hammer of a running back, a fantastic running back. So he wanted to get his running back to go with Geno Smith. But it wouldn't surprise me now if they were like, okay, top of the second round, he's still there. You know, we could move from our pick in the second round. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4 spots to try and go up and secure Sudur? Try saying that 3 times.
So the Cleveland Browns are now obviously officially on the clock. Now, Jordan Schultz has just tweeted out saying that there is a growing belief that Tyler Shock has a legitimate chance to be the first quarterback selected tonight ahead of Colorado Shedeur Sanders. That's a bombshell.
That would be pure bants.
I think they were saying, maybe it was Todd McShay saying that the 2 guys that the Saints were after were Dart and Shuck. So maybe that's where they think it's coming, because the Saints have got this quarterback problem through injury, and you know, Shuck being old, he's also probably the vet, almost can be considered as a vet.
Yeah.
Coming in, and although he's new to the NFL, he's seen a lot, you know. So maybe that's why that they see him as a better fit as a bridge quarterback, not as a quarterback franchise guy of the future.
He's had like 4 years more than Shedeur Sanders in college.
It's interesting because Biz has just tweeted out from the Giant Insider, better watch Tyler Shock to the Browns. I mean,
yeah, maybe, possibly. I mean,
I just also need to do a little shout out to check out the retweet that I've just done on X of Quinn Ewer's house with, it looks like the Queens of the Stone Age video for No One Knows. Like, I've never seen so many deer heads in my life. Like, holy crap, that is a taxidermist's wet dream.
He is a Texas boy, isn't he?
And speaking of Texas boys, Pete's in the comments with Gunner Helm no matter what.
Oh, yes. Give me a bit of Gunner Helm.
So here we go. So the Cleveland Browns, 5 minutes left on the clock. No news as yet. Dan is going to join us at past, so he should be
lovely.
with us then.
So if I'm not taking a quarterback here, I'd be considering a wide receiver. You know, there's a couple of guys that feel like, you know, that they could do a weapon. Whoever's going to play in their quarterback, the Luther Burdens form free for approved from the first round. So maybe that's where they'll look. Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a quarterback go here.
You look at the team needs at the bottom: quarterback, wide receiver, running back. Like, holy crap!
I mean, and there's my draft crush is still there, like Jaden Higgins at Ohio State. But also talk about the running backs. You know, you've got the 2 Ohio State boys and Caleb Johnson. Do you mean like so? But maybe if they were happy with any of those 3 running backs, maybe they wouldn't mind dropping back a few spots if they know they can get one of them there.
Well, Garofalo's just tweeted out saying teams called, but no trade out. The Browns are staying put and picking.
Yeah, pick is in his own screen.
So just as an update for anybody who's watching along, we won't have the picks at the bottom like we did last night because it could be carnage tonight. Like we could be seeing trades all over the place and trying to keep up with everything. It's just too crazy. So every time the team is back on the clock, we will update the graphic with who was picked in the previous rounds. But it's very much going to be a kind of on the clock kind of situation. In the same way, the ticker at the bottom will just be there for order. We're not updating that with picks because, again, it's just a lot of work. And you know, me and Shane would like to enjoy the evening this evening without having to watch Twitter like a hawk.
Yeah. Here he is. Joe Thomas has come out for the pick.
Kev, I take it all of your my guys are still available.
Yeah, because I went. Yeah, pretty much because I went. I didn't pick anyone in my top 5, did I? Cheater.
None of my
So,
guys are in my top fives either.
I was referring to last year.
Oh,
My guys. Oh, wait, I should have made a wee list of my guys.
How do you want to work the announcement? Do you want me to do it because of?
Is that
Yeah.
okay, or do I?
No, I'm happy. I was just obviously with synchronizations and stuff.
Yeah.
So linebacker Carson
Schlesinger.
Schwessinger.
Yeah, so he was shooting up boards a lot last minute, and there was talk he could go in the first. Again, shortage at linebacker as you know, really first quality linebackers. But yeah, it's not a surprising name to hear him go this high, even though there's been very little first round buzz on the guy. It was a late riser.
Yeah, I think me and Shane have him as our third linebacker now. Is that right, Shane?
4 for me.
Fourth. Oh, who'd you have the third? 3?
Knight.
Oh, that's right, Jeff.
Demetrius. I mean,
He was one though that he was like special teamer, walk on, then special teamer for 3 years, and then all of a sudden this past year he just went out and absolutely balled out. But I think like he had his tackles. Let me have a look. His tackles last year were I don't think I haven't got them, but they were like
Tackles
100 and
last year.
some.
100 dead on, 30 assisted, 11 missed on the season.
I mean, 4 sacks as well, 16 pressures from there. He just went out and just went absolutely mental and balled out. 6'2", 242. So he's kind of like that sort of the exact sort of like height and weight thing that you would like in them. And he's lightning quick.
He's been probably one of my favourite coverage linebackers in this draft.
Yeah. See, it's so different because like Schlesinger is a great coverage linebacker, and then 4th on my list, Danny Stutzman is your traditional Mike in between the tackles, tackle. Yeah. Like you couldn't get 2 linebackers so different. That's why I always think it's funny when people go, like, it's not a case of I've got one over the other, because some teams will have players off their board because they just do not fit their scheme. But it's still fun for us to rank them.
so here's an interesting thought that I just had as I was mucking about with graphics and other things. It actually made no sense for them to take Shedeur here when they pick 3 picks later.
Yeah.
Because, yes, somebody could jump them, but if they're getting trade down calls, they kind of know who's in that ballpark.
Yeah.
So they could just take whoever they wanted here without having to worry about that person going off the board at 34 right now to the Texans or 35 to the Titans, and just kind of go, we'll see how this plays out.
And
I really
why
fancy
they're probably
be Luther Burden. Sorry, I think he'd
For
be
the
a great.
Texans.
Yeah,
I've seen it. Has everyone seen it?
yeah.
So there we go. Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, goes.
I love Jaden Higgins. Wide receiver.
Look,
for me.
he was wide receiver 4 for me. 6'4", 217. They've got some big boys now, haven't they? With Nico Collins, he's 6'4" as well, and then Tank Dell in the slot.
This is the one I was on about. Like everyone was saying, Mike Evans is the comp for T-Mac, but I think Jaden Higgins is a better fit for Mike Evans comparable. I just love Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, I think he's a bit like T. Higgins, but I mean 4'7", 40 at 6'4", 217. I mean, that is flying. Last year he had what? Nearly 1,200 yards and 9 touchdowns. I mean, yeah, I saw somewhere was his drop rate was only 2.2.
2 drops all season.
I mean, that's I mean, I'm surprised other people weren't higher on him. I had him as a first round player, and like I said, in one of my 4th on my wide receiver list.
So obviously they traded back with us, didn't they? The Texans.
Yeah.
Like, would you say that they've picked up a player here who is first round worthy?
Yeah. I think he was in contention for them at 25, and they believed they could come back to us and still get him, and it's worked out for them.
So there has been a trade, and we are currently looking at the Seahawks on the clock. So we will change that as soon as...
The Seahawks trade number 52 and 82 for Tennessee's number 35.
What was that? Sorry, 52 and 82.
Yeah. Right, Seahawks. Let's have a look at their roster.
I wonder
I mean,
if
this
this
is
is
They went
Quarterback.
quarterback.
I mean,
I'm being serious.
yeah. You
jump the
might...
Browns.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true. Jump the Browns.
The what's his name? Darnold contract. He's a 2-year deal, but I think it's structured it very similar to the way we did with Daniel Jones, where they can get out after a year.
It's a 3-year deal, I think.
Yeah, 3 year with a gap too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can get out of it. You know,
But they do need a wide receiver.
Yeah. They definitely need a wide receiver. I mean, their starting wide receivers are Jackson Smith and Jigba, Cooper Kupp, and MVS. I mean, you could they probably might have fancied
Burden.
Higgins, but he went, and now Burden's on the clock on the thing, and Burden is my last first round projection receiver. Watch them pick someone like Ayamanor or something now.
I mean, yeah, they've got Drew Lock as well, so quarterback's not happening here. Darnold and Lock, I mean, you know, Drew Lock's good for a win against the Colts every year, right?
Yeah, of course.
He'll fuck up any draft docs you have.
They went Gray Zabel, didn't they, to begin with? But wide receiver, like cornerback, I mean, are they coming up for Will Johnson, Morrison, Ravel?
I mean, their biggest
Ravel
need are defensive tackle, wide receiver, and safety. So,
I mean, the safety, I mean, we've got Nick, Big Nick. You mean Nick Xavier Watts? Defensive tackles, you're looking at TJ Alexander, Darius Alexander. The pick is in. Who do you think we're going with here, Shane? You something like a safety and Amamori, or a cornerback like Johnson?
Quarterback or wide receiver, I think. I think.
Yeah.
Luther Burden could be a good shout.
Yeah. He's such a weapon. He's like the style of receiver he would be like a Malik Neighbors light. But like I said, there's so many good players at the top of the second round. Like there's always ones to get through the cracks.
So it looks like the software we use for the graphics is actually having issues itself. So we're just going to change down to the day two. We'll try keep the ticker up to date as much as possible. So we'll try and keep you up to date. Obviously, a lot of this is moot point really for Giants fans, but just for the crack here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we'll be keeping an eye on. We'll be ticking people off our lists and stuff, and we'll know who's gone where.
Yeah, I think that given the capital we've got, we're not likely to be trading up. We're more likely to be trading down and picking some more. But another dozen picks or so, and you can start kind of working out who it might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And like we're at the point now where I want all the cornerbacks and safeties to come off the board.
And now we've got the Shermanator out on the podium.
Wow, that's an outfit, all right.
I always look at those and I just think to myself, do you know what? I'd love to pull off a suit like that.
Yeah. All right, seen the pick.
So Nick Emanwari, safety for the Seahawks. I mean, he has a 10 RAS score, right?
Mental,
he is one of only 2, I think, in the entire draft Bible that has a 10 RAS score. That is athlete, just pure athlete.
Yeah, pure athleticism. And he's got nose for the ball as well. He had some quite a lot of picks like this past year. I mean, he was kind of on people's radars, but his combine, like you said, was just phenomenal. A 4.3 840. Jesus. Yeah, 4 interceptions last year. Yeah, he really came on. Feels like a Cam Chancellor, like a Seahawks type of player.
Yeah, absolutely. What a player, Cam Chancellor.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, take nothing away from Richard Sherman. I mean, obviously, after he left the Seahawks, it wasn't amazing, but that Seahawks team was something else. Someone's just posted out the Texans' weapons around CJ Stroud now. Joe Mixon at running back, Nico Collins wide receiver. Obviously, they've got Tank Dell, but we don't know what his status is going to be like. They added Christian Kirk as a free agent, and now Jaden Higgins. I mean,
they are helping Stroud out, aren't they? They're like, we're going to try and give as many weapons as we can.
And there you go. Snap down. Magic Mike has his new Kyle Hamilton. I mean, that is probably a very good comp, I would say.
Yeah.
The Browns have stuck and picked again.
Yeah, I think this has got to be an offensive weapon. That they need to add to that offense. Running back, he was always on their list as well. So
yeah,
running back, you can wait though.
Quinshon Judkins,
or not wait.
There you go. He was next on my running back rankings. An absolute thumper, and he had a couple of good seasons at Ole Miss as well.
So he was only at Ohio for a year, wasn't he? Came in for just the final year of his college career.
But to share the backfield with Henderson, and both running backs go for over 1,000 yards, that's pretty crazy. Do you know what I mean? And he went for 50. He went for nearly 1,200 yards the year before with Ole Miss as well.
So Shane, you had Judkins below Henderson.
Yeah.
Didn't you?
Yeah. Just because I think Henderson for me is just the better all-round back. He can run it. He's going to be better. He's a better blocker than what Judkins is in it. He's better in the backfield as well in terms of receiving entity. So just for me, I had him above him just because he's better in all phases of the ball. Whereas Judkins, as a pure runner, he probably is better than Henderson, to be fair. So it just comes down to personal preference on what you kind of like in players in terms of where you want to rank them. Like we said before, there can only be one player at each number, so you've got to have something that separates them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what was he, 6 foot, 221 pounds, and when he went to the combine, he ran a 4.48. Now, 4.48 for someone that size, like I said before, I mean that's great numbers for him. So that really, really helped him.
Yeah,
and now you're looking.
As I say, he's that sort of one-cut runner. We've got to run over you. If you're not going to get necessarily a clean hit on him because he's quick enough, So yeah, just physical guy. Again, can catch out in the backfield, but it's not what he's known for.
So the Raiders are now on the clock, and now they're not on the clock. because the Dolphins have traded up with the Raiders. So it would seem that Sanders might have to wait even longer because the Raiders were kind of that tout there. I mean, Miami are only coming up, what, about 8 picks, 9 picks here, maybe more. So 2 comp picks to come up, not awful.
If they want Will Johnson, I think they will see secondary. There's questionable, isn't it, with some levers?
Yeah, I mean, if I have a look here at the needs for the Dolphins, D-line, cornerback, safety, tight end are the sort of top 4 there. So I can't see this being a tight end. D-line is deep, as we know, so this seems a little early unless you're really sold on someone. So yeah, somebody in the backfield would make perfect sense.
Yeah, and obviously Will Johnson's a surprise faller. He's, you know, they might have been trying to get up. So sort of the guy that, or you know, you've got Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, Kevin Winston. There's a couple of DBs that are potentially the guy here.
I did mock Johnson to Dolphins in our mock draft with me and Sheehan. So if he goes here, I'm definitely taking that as a win.
And then Holty.
So 37th and the 143 for 48, 98 and 135.
Alec Engel out there ready to make the announcement.
Ooh.
Oh, Jonah Savaianaya. So they're saying guard as well. So he had the opportunity to play either.
Yeah, he was one I.
Who was the player that you said who could kick? Who was the only one who could kick from guard to tackle?
Henderson. Donovan Jackson.
Donovan Jackson, yeah. Yeah, Savaianaya is a tackle, but possibly just from some of his movement limitations, you want him at guard.
Yeah.
But he's a guy that may end up. You may be able to get him at tackle, but I think if you're taking him, you're taking him as a guard. But this is, I think, a little early for him. I think there's guys that are, you know, and there is a gap though. That's the trouble. And I know they were in on Kelvin Banks in the first one, and obviously didn't get the opportunity to take him. So maybe they just thought, look, we need to address O-line, and this is the right guy for us.
Performed really well at the Senior Bowl, didn't he? Did you hear that, Shane?
Say again, sorry.
I said he performed really well at the Senior Bowl. Savaianaya, like, really held his own.
Yeah. He's guard 5 for me. Like Aaron said, it's a bit early for me personally. Kind of a maybe sitting in the back end of round 2 at the very earliest, but predominantly a 3rd round player. So for the Dolphins to move up to him as well, surprising for me.
Yeah, I thought possibly someone that we could have taken at 65, right? But yeah, clearly, obviously, someone had. This is what happens in these rounds. You will see players go off way earlier if they've just impressed in interviews or, you know, whatever.
Kev, thoughts on the question from Churchy there? I think it's unlikely.
We'll trade him back into the second. I think because we gave away a key asset already this year to move up for a quarterback, we kind of like the move was brilliant. I love the move, but you're not getting a player at 34 that will help you this year, and you're not getting a player at 99 that can potentially help you this year. So I find it very difficult to see us giving up more assets to go from 65 back into the second round. If anything, I could see some of these moves that are going on now, where we move from 65 back to 75, for example, and picking up a couple of later day 3 picks just to help with the rostering.
They say, the top 100 is the sweet spot, isn't it?
Yeah.
So on the clock right now is the New England Patriots with their first pick in a while, really. Obviously, they picked up Will Campbell, didn't they? Offensive tackle. Still need interior offensive line, and could really do with getting a weapon for Drake May. I mean, this could be where we see Burden go.
Yeah. This is a great fit.
Apparently, they're quite keen on shipping out Kayshon Boutte.
Yeah. He was always a boomer boss type of player, wasn't he? Even when he came out of LSU, there was all the loads of character concerns and stuff. And it's sort of one of those things, if he hit, he could have been absolutely phenomenal. But it was such a sort of hit and miss thing, and it just didn't work for him.
I'll always remember the opportunity to use the tweet booty call when at Wembley when he threw he caught a touch. Was it a touchdown or a big play from Drake May? Any excuse to use the booty call, but there we go.
Nice, absolutely.
I wouldn't rule out an either. With Vrabel going in as the head coach, if there's a guy that he really likes that bring that attitude, I wouldn't rule it out.
So the Patriots pick is in. So
I was talking to a Patriots friend of mine today, and he's been saying that he didn't want Campbell because he wanted more of a sexier pick, like a weapon for Drake May. And then obviously when they took Campbell, I was talking to him today, and he was saying like he knows it's a sort of like a trench pick and a pick that kind of everyone a good pick in the end. But he said he's dying for some sort of like running back, one of these running backs who come off the board. Or a wide receiver or something just to give the offense a bit more explosion. I mean, Caleb Johnson, you were high on him, weren't you, Shane?
Yeah, he's running back 3 for me.
Old Big Roger's coming out now. They do have a lot of needs, though, don't they, the Patriots? Talk about a team that sort of like was so good with older players for so long, and all those older players just went, and they just came crashing down to earth. All those smug Patriots fans came crashing down. Delicious.
It mirrors Alex Ferguson and Man United, doesn't it? The coach goes and the roster's loads of rubbish, and then they're terrible for years afterwards.
They both left at the right time.
I think that's what it is, though, isn't it? It's like you get as much as you can from the players that you trust, but those players, because of the longevity of people in sports, you get to that age and all of a sudden, you start to deteriorate. And a lot of these coaches have obviously grown through with that player all the way through, and that's it.
Yeah. Can't stay on top forever.
That is true. Travion Henderson. So
the two Ohio State boys go quick concession.
What's that? Two picks apart?
I thought that'd be the case, that when one of them went, the other one were going to be too far behind.
I saw a Giants fan tweet a sad face saying, "Oh, they've both gone." There was no chance they were dropping.
No, there was talk about if we were still at 34 of picking. For me, I actually think Johnson would be a better fit for us and would be a better player for us at 34. But if one of those three were at 34, like we may actually take them. Because as they say, just because you've got a starter or a good starter doesn't mean you can't draft over them.
Yeah, I think realistically, if you're a Giants fan hoping for a running back in round 3, you're looking at I'm kind of expecting Cam Scatterbo and Caleb Johnson to go, but maybe one of them survives. But like a RJ Harvey or a Dylan Sampson, those are the kind of guys that are going to be available at the top of round 3.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of like, I'm more of a round 4 running backs. For me, the way I've ranked them, I've got like your Martinez, your James, your Monaguys, your Gordons, all sort of going around that round 4, and I think they're like bigger backs, and they would give sort of a bit more of a compliment to Tyrone Tracy.
The hostess or host, let's not call him hostess. The host with the most, Dan is here now, so we'll bring him in. I'll move him into the top spot, top dog.
There he is.
You're a
At
bit
least
quiet.
that makes work.
Very quiet.
You're very quiet, not a bit quiet, Lloyd.
You start here like lying to people.
You are a bit quiet, is what Shane says.
Nah, it's like you're muffled or something.
Might be your output.
It's like
Sounds
you
like
sound
I'll sort it out. Give me a minute.
it sounds like you're standing outside my house talking through my window in a really creepy way.
Is that a past experience that you're referring to?
Yeah.
Is that any better?
Oh, Henderson, yeah.
Yes.
Much better. There we go. Back in the house.
There we go. Evening, boys. How are we doing? Let's try again.
All good, man. All good.
What's going
Good
on?
concert.
What's going on? Very good. Very good. I'm
All
on
the
coffee now.
fantasy experts are loving the Henderson pick to New England.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think Henderson is a really undervalued running back in this class.
Who's that?
Henderson.
Yeah, he's late. I mean, he's like you said before, Shane. He's a home run hitter. Do you know what I mean he can take it the distance, whether it be a screen pass or a run up the middle as well blocked? Like,
So what have I missed? Here we go.
Yeah, there's a lot of fantasy football dynasty league players just going to be hating these running backs. That's because they're going to be removing players that they've had an entire backfield. There's so many running backs going to come off the board today that you thought you had this really good running back, and they're going to be replaced by a younger model today, and that's it's going to ruin backfields. But,
do we think Tyrone Tracy could be replaced today?
So I would expect in this draft to add someone to the running back room. It's just going to limit his number of carries, right? What you potentially have with Tyrone Tracy is a guy that's going to do 25 carries a game at the moment. You bring another guy and he's going to go down to 15, 18 carries a game. You know, so from a fantasy football point of view, you want a guy that's getting all of the touches. It's just volume. Even if they're not very good, if they've got all of the touches of a backfield, they're just worth so much more than a split timeshare.
There's picks coming in now. Obviously, they took Colston Loveland in the first round. They were kind of earmarked for possibly an offensive lineman in round 1. So
I can't see a lineman here that would fit, though. I mean, they're trying to help Williams out, aren't they? So, you know, they've given him a tight end. Could they give him a wide receiver, or could they go defense here? Because there's so many good defensive players left.
So, question is, I suppose, where's Mr. Sanders going?
Well, don't know. We thought he was out with you.
I mean, no, he wasn't.
No one's seen him.
Luther
Interesting.
Did you see?
Burden.
Did you see his custom draft room that you had yesterday?
What an
Wow.
idiot.
Stupid. Sorry, Shane. I interrupted you. Sorry, carry on. What were you saying?
It's all. I was just trying to cover the draft, Dan. But I'm on Shador.
You carry on. You do you. I'll shut up.
No, carry on with the Shador slander. I'm here for it.
I mean,
This is a great position.
His
for
draft
a
room.
good pick for them.
I wonder how much that cost him and his family to create that room. And what was it? Legendary. Well, you're not legendary yet, mate. So wind your neck in a little bit. Come on, mate. Wind it in. Wind it in.
The Bears are winning the off-season again. That's the 4 years in a row they've won the off-season.
It's an interesting pick. Do you not think? They put wrong.
Well, I was looking at their depth chart, and their starting wide receivers are DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, and Olamide Zacchaeus. So, it does make sense to be fair.
But Caleb needs
DJ Moore.
It's like Caleb Williams needs protection, and they've gone. We're going to get you more weapons. We're not going to protect you. Just run around and just throw it to someone who's open.
But you see, if you look at their offensive line, they brought in Drew Dahlman, which is very, very solid center. They traded for Joe Tooney and Jonah Jackson. And Darnell Wright, I still think is a decent tackle. Braxton Jones has been a little bit up and down. So, yeah, that's why everyone was calling for the tackle. But they did invest in free agency in the offensive line.
So, are we going to get a quarterback here
Saints on the
with
bus.
the Saints?
But realistically, if he doesn't get picked here and Vegas pass on him, where does he go?
He's going to carry on sliding, isn't he?
Malik Willis, that was a big shock to me and you, Shane. Sorry, Aaron. But Shane, that was a big shock for Malik Willis that year. Do you remember he dropped like a brick?
Yeah. So I guess the target places, for me, there's potentially the Jets, right? They might take another quarterback to add to that room. Do you see him going to the Colts and competing in that room to do the or do you see him going to the Rams one pick later at 46? Because again, they haven't necessarily got a long-term future. They're sorted for now. If they want to have someone sit, maybe the Rams.
The Rams are interesting. They traded back last night because I think they want more ammunition for next year to look at addressing quarterback next year because they do have Stafford for 2 more years. But yourself, if you keep a player can just drop and it's too good value not to make that pick.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just have to go with it. Who was it? Wasn't the Commanders? They double dipped with the RG3 and Kirk Cousins. Yeah, everyone was really shocked with that one. Although Kirk Cousins wasn't seen as a first round pick.
Seem pretty happy in their Saints draft room.
They do indeed.
They do. They look quite happy, don't they?
I wonder if Shador Sanders' draft room's pretty happy at the minute.
That's a good question.
It doesn't look like they've invited the film crew back.
I can't imagine why.
So it was originally said that they wanted a quarterback at 40, and the 2 guys that they really wanted was Dart and Show. So I really still wouldn't rule out Show going above Sanders.
Yeah,
Because I reckon they're going to go with Shock above Sanders. I'll be very surprised.
yeah, I can see Shock.
I'll be very surprised if it's Sanders.
I think Ian Rappaport said earlier on he could be the first quarterback off the board tonight.
Oh.
Yes.
And I think it all links to that Saints rumor that they like those 2 guys the most, and they were the most likely people to take a QB at this selection.
There we go.
Well, I've just seen the pick. on
Ryan
DVD.
Ramczyk, they miss Ryan Ramczyk massively.
Yeah.
Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shock.
Is it?
There you
Go
go.
on.
So,
When-
so who-
I wish we had Shador Sanders' draft room right now.
I do as well.
So where's some interesting destinations for Jalen Milrow? Because he is a project. He will need coaching. He will need 2 years possibly. Where can we
Dallas, maybe?
see him land? I mean, if he's there at 65,
Yeah.
I mean, because Dak ain't going to be around for much longer or forever.
I think Milton, Joe Milton, haven't they? I think he'll.
I mean, I think one for Jalen Milrow, maybe the Rams. I think
Yeah.
that
Yeah, that's
Andy has literally just put Milrow to the Rams would be
And-
ideal.
Oh, yeah.
to learn behind Stafford as well. It's a great
With
shout.
Sean McVay.
I think that's a great shite.
Oh yeah, the drop for Sanders is pretty real now, isn't
I
it?
mean, like with Sanders, like might as well touch on it a wee bit. Like he is talented, and we said it before. He will be a starting quarterback in the league. He's got that talent. But it's the show, isn't it? It's the circus. It's everything else comes with it. And there's a difference between confident and a little bit cocky. You don't mind a little bit cocky, but you need to have a little bit of humility with it as well, don't you? Like, and I don't know in the meetings if he ever showed that.
Yeah, you have to have a little bit of cockiness about it, huh? Because you got to have that. You got to have a little bit of an ego. But there's having a little bit of an ego, and there's having a Shador Sanders ego.
I also think it comes down to being able, you're writing checks that your arse has got to cash, and if your arse can't cash it, that's the problem. Tom Brady was notoriously harsh on a lot of his teammates, but he was writing checks he could cash.
Yeah, very true.
He had already won Super Bowls by that point.
Yeah.
Sanders is coming into a league where he hasn't achieved anything.
And like, if you look
Kind of use that good point. Some felt that Sanders could be the third overall pick, and he's not even the third quarterback off the board.
No.
yeah.
I mean,
So there was
mean,
a
like-
story that he had his own documentary crew at the combine, and they had a big falling out with the Titans because the Titans wouldn't let his documentary crew into the room. So I think that's where a lot of the rumors about not going over well came from. So I don't know if it's true or not, but you can see that even if you're not in the team that was involved, if you see that attitude as another team crew, all the owners, a lot of owners are there, GMs, all that kind of thing, you can go, yeah, let's just take him off our board.
Yeah.
That Bills-Bears trade's interesting. Bills get 41, 72, 240, and the Bears get 56, 62, and 109. So, the Bills are moving up and getting a third in exchange for 2 seconds and then a late pick swap, essentially. Oh, that's a good shout. Andy's just said, I want to know what happened to the Giants cleats he wore in the bowl game.
Jesus.
Jackson Dart's got him
Maybe.
there.
Maybe either that or he auctioned him off to pay for his chain he had around his neck
Oh
last
my
night.
God, it's instead of that. But like, bringing it back to sort of us a wee bit, like every interview you've seen of Jackson Dart has been spot on. It's been exactly how
Honestly.
you want your quarterback to talk, and like everyone talks about every player he's played with talks about what a leader he is, and he used to take out different positional groups for meals, like not just the O line, but he would take out not just offense. I mean, like he would take out the DBs, he would take out the linebackers, he'd take out like defensive lines just for meals and stuff like that. So he was with every single player on his team, like so he proper showed leadership capabilities.
Yeah, the more I've read and more I've seen about Jackson Dart today, the more I'm impressed with him. He just comes across as that just pure professional. Like
Yeah,
You guys
he just
can-
oozes professionalism, doesn't he?
you guys can maybe fill me in, but I feel like I've been on Twitter quite a lot today, and I keep seeing people say Giants fans that hate the pick, they need to give the red a wobble. I keep seeing people saying people are hating the pick, but I've not seen a Giants fan hate the pick. If anything, it's been non-Giants fans commenting on it.
Yeah.
So, like, genuine question: is the Giants fans out there that have been slating the picks? I haven't seen it.
And then put it in the comments.
I mean, I've not seen any Giants fans.
No, but I keep seeing beat writers saying, people stop
this is
asking
it.
for the Giants pick, but I'm like, bro, I've not seen anyone slating it. And to be honest with you, I couldn't give a toss what non-Giants fans think.
Quarterback's a tricky one, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, we want who we want. Obviously, we watch a bit of film and see who we like, but you have to trust the front office and coaches in the sense that they are putting their livelihoods on the line for these players, for a quarterback, for these players. So, like, go on, Dan. Yeah, sorry.
No, go. I think the beautiful thing is as well. He knows he's not coming in year one to start. He knows he's going to sit there and learn the playbook and learn everything about what it is about the Giants. And he just seems really humble, and he just wants to come in and learn. And I know I saw the video of Eli sending him a sort of a congratulations sort of little thing earlier.
That was cool, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's so cool. But like, you know, he sees Eli as a role model, and that in itself is like, what more can you ask than seeing this guy as a role model, you know? And so, yeah, I just think I can't see anything wrong with that pick at the moment. You know, in 2 years' time, we might be like, oh yeah, Jackson Dart, he's not the one, really, is he? But that's further down the line. For now, for you know, the what we gave up to get him, considering what Atlanta gave up to move up the pick after, I think it looks like a steal, because Atlanta gave up a 1 next year, and we haven't given up a 1 for next year. So, you know, it's I think we've pulled off a little bit of a bargain there in getting Jackson Dart at the end of the first round last night, I think.
Mayo, let's say one of your guys has been taken.
Yeah, I love TJ Sanders from watching him. He's the sort of guy that would go great against Dex. We will go great with Dex in the middle. Would if we were still had the 34th, wouldn't have been a guy I'd have been upset with. But yeah, he's got an engine that's infectious, and just he can take over a game.
Of course, the Bills have got Joey Bosa now as well, haven't they? Fucking hell.
Yeah.
And as Andy rightly says, there you go. Sanders is off the board. Congratulations, TJ.
Love it. I was like, what the? What?
Yeah, I wonder if you could have got a prop on that fella. Who was the first Sanders drafted?
Yeah, Jets picks in. Interesting.
Love it. My tackle line is going 1 to 6, all taken. Doing all right.
What, your positional ones?
Yeah, my positional thing is 1 to 6 have gone. Guard, my first 3 guards have gone. My first top 5 tackles have gone. Not the 6th one yet.
Who was your 6th tackle?
6th tackle is Ariante Ursary, Minnesota.
I just wasn't keen on him. I just did not like the type on him.
Did you not? I mean, he's got a lot of work to do. He's a bit bigger. Like, he's a bit sort of like, he's not as quick. Yeah, I mean,
I like the my next tackle is Ozzy Trapillo. I really like him out of Boston.
He's my 7th. And I think me and you's higher on him than a lot of people, you know.
Yeah.
Because I see a lot of people have him in the 3rd and 4th and whatnot. And I'm like, he's much better than that.
Yeah.
So the Jets pick is in. I wonder if this will be a tight end.
Yeah, because a lot of people said about them going for one at 7. I mean, and the tight end, who we got? You've got Mason Taylor. You got Arroyo.
Harold Fanning.
Our guy.
Who?
He must be the first person with a big butt that Kev doesn't like.
They'll say the butt
You
ain't
don't
big
like
enough.
that big butt?
Yeah, I mean, the surprising one for me, like, what we pick 42 now, and unless I've missed it, Donovan Ezaroku's still not been took.
No.
No, I know. Crazy.
I'm kind of
Still there.
point now. There was nothing, as far as I'm aware, for red flags on him. So now I'm starting to wonder: did something come up in a medical at the combine potentially? Because that's what you start to think now when these players that were kind of taken as first round, teetering on the edge, start dropping a bit more. Has something come back medical wise?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because he's actually a really high character player. Do you know what I mean? And you know, his stats last year were phenomenal. He's a great pass rusher. It's so weird for him not to be on here because the other guys that we feel should have gone in the first round that haven't, there is something, whether it be Mike Green, Sanders with immaturity or character concerns, or Will Johnson, Benjamin Morrison. You know, they've got like medical stuff. Like, so it is interesting to see. It must be something. I mean, Craig was talking earlier on about the interviews, but we love the combine because you get to hear players' names and you get to see players run around a wee bit. But the medicals and interviews are massive, and they're like by far the biggest part of it because you can't have your own doctor telling you this is what telling teams this is what he's got. You have to hand over the medical files and the information to teams. You have to like you said, but they always don't get leaked out.
Yeah, I think and particularly for a position like edge, obviously quarterbacks and stuff. I think the personality, the Wonderlic test, the kind of intelligence side comes up as well.
Wonderlic.
Kind of,
Go on.
and I think with me being an offensive lineman, gone against a lot of defensive linemen. The one quality that we've always said offensive linemen have over defensive linemen is intelligence. So it's not going to be a red flag for a defensive lineman if they're.
There's a few red flags for offensive linemen in this draft.
Yeah. I think I think that's what they said about Gray Zabel, right? When they did their test to take him at Seattle, the GM was saying, look, he was like a 10 on intelligence, he's a 10 on character, he's a 10 on his kind of like his performance at his thing. He's one of the best interior offensive linemen we've ever seen. So ever since Dick Hutchinson there. So, he was. It really does matter, especially if they're targeting him playing center.
Have you seen the pick, lads?
Yeah, Mason Taylor.
Yeah. I mean, that's great value there. I mean, it's a big need for them. Good player, man. I like him.
Did I read something about his dad played for the Jets or something?
Well, his dad's a Hall of Famer. Dolphins.
With Jason Taylor, yeah.
Jason Taylor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jason Taylor. There.
Yeah, he played. He went. I think he played for the Jets for a year, maybe at the end of his career.
Oh, of course he did. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry. But he obviously made his name in Miami.
Dane Brugler had him going to the Jets at 42. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, doesn't it make you feel old when you see players like like Shedeur Sanders and fucking Mason Taylor? That you've seen like their dads play in the league, and now you like it makes you feel old, right? Yeah, especially Jason. He played against the Giants in the first International Series game at Wembley. So,
oh wow, yeah.
Remember that big robotic thing they had outside of Jason Taylor?
Yeah.
May, you remember it? Yeah. Yeah, it was like it was strange, wasn't it? It was very strange, but
yeah, he was the face of the Dolphins at the time. Obviously, they went undefeated, or the number one pick that season as the result of that season. So they didn't have a lot of talent on that side except for Jason Taylor.
Yeah, that was their 0-16 season, wasn't it?
Pick is in.
Again, another guy we thought could have made it to us.
Yeah.
I think he's the first of my guys to be drafted, so we're kind of starting to see a run on them. Obviously, Mayos, Sanders went, not Shador. And then obviously I've just watched Alfred Collins go off the board as well. So I was really hoping he might fall, but
I mean, their needs were edge and the defensive line, because obviously Mason Graham in our mock, Shane, Mason Graham fell to him in that mock, but obviously they went Michael Williams, and now they've gone Alfred Collins. I mean, talk about beefing up your defensive line.
pairing him with Bosa as well.
Yeah. The rich get richer.
Well, Dallas
So-
on the clock.
Dallas is
Jerry's
in.
a little bit too happy.
Do we see Sanders the second in Dallas?
Oh.
Well, at least they'll know. At least they'll know they get February off every year.
Yeah.
Hey.
Feel the burn. Feel that burn.
Okay. It's not a star on the side of the helmet, it's a rating.
One.
It was my favourite pick yesterday, outside of the Giants picks, was Tyler Booker. Being a guard, being reached on, but then him being so happy to sprint to the podium to never, ever, ever play in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But you know
That
what?
was early, though,
He just got paid, so I'm sure you don't care.
Yeah. So let's have a look what their needs are actually.
Again, I could see a Mike Green and then overlooking some of the character things and getting a
Oh
Mike Green.
yeah. Yeah, that's a great shout.
Dallas's
Yeah.
needs wide receiver, defensive line, safety, cornerback.
Yeah, as I say, the other thing's the cornerback, so like a Trey Amos.
Yeah, there's a lot of them here. We'll talk about Will Johnson, Benjamin Morrison, Ravel.
Oh, don't. Shane will get upset if Ravel goes there.
Ravel Jr. If you
To where Dallas?
Yeah.
Azariah
know-
Thomas.
I had three of my guys went to NFC East teams, not the New York Giants. So it's going to happen.
Oh God, with that Alfred Collins pick, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on X who are saying, you know,
I mean, this could be, not saying it's a need for him, but do you see Mike Green or Ezra Kaguya? Kind of, getting a nice edge piece opposite
Potentially.
Parsons.
Yeah.
I mean, Kev, who's your best wide receiver available at the minute?
My best wide receiver is I always struggle with his name. Alec Aminor.
Ali
How do you
Camino.
say it? That's the one.
Ali Camino. Of
Yeah,
Stanford.
and him and then Jack Beck.
So you struggling with a name there, Kev? That's normally me, right?
Yeah.
Again, it depends on what wide receiver you're looking for to fill. So Alex and X, which are probably the hardest ones to find.
Yeah.
But if you've got an X, you wouldn't take him over a different guy that fits the thing. So, but we always group wide receivers as the same thing. We don't do it with like edges. We kind of break them. Oh, that's like a 3-4 guy, or that's a 4-3 guy. Wide receivers is versus that as well.
I do split my rankings, Mayo, by wide receiver and slot wide receiver, actually.
Yeah, but not big slot and little slot.
No, not big slot.
Different
slot.
Let's not
Yeah.
get too slotty, right?
Not
That's Shane's ranking.
X or Z's. Yeah, not Z or X's.
Another one for Dallas here could potentially be, what's his name? Caleb Johnson. There was talk of them potentially targeting.
Oh yeah.
There was talk of them targeting Johnson at 12. So, I don't know who their main running back is at the minute. His name escapes me. Pollard, is it still Pollard?
No, Pollard went to Tennessee with It is Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So Caleb Johnson wouldn't surprise me either. Yeah.
But like, just look at their age. Their ages are Dante Fowler. Well, Micah Parsons. I mean, could they upgrade on Dante
They lost,
Fowler?
of course, Demarcus Lawrence left, didn't he? He went to
Yeah.
Seattle.
All right, I've just seen it now. Anyway, it's just come up on screen. Call it out, Dan.
He's not going to want to.
On Friday, please.
Told ya. Come on, Dad. I'm waiting. I'm eagerly waiting here. Who's been drafted?
Eze
Matt
Riaku.
Smith.
Eze Riaku. Oh yeah, I can't.
Ezra.
Ezeraku. Eze Riaku. Yeah, oh, God no. I've destroyed it. Donovan. Let's call him Donovan. There we go. I can do that one.
Jason
I can do that
Donovan.
one.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I said, you know, Ezra or Green could be an option for him. Obviously, opposite of Parsons. I mean, you know, we're kind of really going to see what Illuminor can do now because they're going to have another pass rusher against us twice a year, as if Parsons were all bad enough.
Yeah.
Right, so we're looking at the needs for that. We're going.
Craig jinxed it. You said, "Oh, Ezra one of Shane's guys, he's going to get to Dallas," and look what fucking happened. I hope you're happy.
I hope you're happy.
For the, what a sad little life.
Fucking hell. Just wait till Philly come on. You can tell them, oh, maybe they're going to get Danny Stutzman.
That's it. Well, they need linebacker. They need linebacker and O-line.
They picked a linebacker.
Yeah,
they picked Tyler Warren.
Oh, we were about
Indy went tight end first.
Oh, sorry. I'm talking about this pick. I thought we were talking about this pick.
Oh, no one gives a toss to Daniel Jones in Indianapolis Colts. Fucking hell.
Shane was talking about his guys going to the Eagles.
No.
Because Craig jinxes it and does it on purpose. I know he's gay.
Colts need a quarterback because they haven't got a quarterback worth talking about.
Shots fired. Shots fired then, mate. They do need a quarterback because he's only on a 1 year deal, so. And even then, 8 games in, they'll be like, why the fucking hell do we pay him $14 million? It's Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
Kev knows why I'm laughing.
Why is Kev laughing?
Dan, who the Colts selected?
Oh, that pick. Dan, can you tell me, please?
Ain't nothing him. Let's just call him JTT. Done.
No, because they'll get confused with Jonathan Taylor, who they've already got. So I need you to clarify, JTU.
I need to see the name again. Tuimoloau. That'll do. Tuimoloau. Yeah, no. I'm just going to destroy it again, aren't I? Let's call him JTT. JT the second. There we go. Jonathan Taylor, JT the first. He can be JT number 2.
So where was he on your rankings? Not a guy I'm particularly familiar with because he was obviously never anywhere that was going to land with us.
He's quite high for me. He's one of the few players that geared Fashanu last year. Issues when Penn State played Ohio State. Some of JT's best tape is in that game. So, like, if anyone kind of wants to see what he's about, I'd 100% recommend watching Penn State, Ohio State highlights from 2023.
Yeah, he's a good player. I have him as my 8th edge, so he's definitely a top 10 edge for me. That Ohio State, I mean, he give us fits as well. Like, he's solid player. He's 6'4", 265. he's more of like a big end, a big sort of like 4-3 defensive end. But again, a lot of people.
You kind of only really want him to be rushing the passer. You don't want him like as an outside linebacker in a 3-4 having to drop into coverage. He can do it if you need to, but it's not where you're going to see the best football from him.
Yeah, I mean, but like last year, had 51 pressures and 15 sacks. I mean, that was a fantastic Ohio State team that went on to win the national championship, obviously. But he was one of their best players, and sometimes people look for like special traits or special things. When he is literally just a big 4-3 defensive end who has real sort of like hustle, like just go. His motor is so high, and he's big and strong.
I mean, now he's gone off the board. I'll be interested to see how far behind his teammate Jack Sawyer goes.
Yeah, see him. He had a lovely play against Texas in the playoff, didn't he?
Yeah, that sack, fumble, recovery.
Strip, sack, fumble, recovery, touchdown.
99 yards or 101 yards or something ridiculous, was he? Longest game.
91 yards, yeah.
Ohio State's history or in college playoff history.
Something like that. It was like, and Texas were sort of like in the red zone trying to score to level the game in the last minutes. And he comes up with a strip, sack, fumble, recovery, touchdown. Like all himself. Like, yeah, it's a great play.
Sorry, my line.
Sawyer is a player that we actually did have a combine visit with. So only less than 20 picks now.
Rams are up next. I mean, a need for them. Linebacker Danny Stutzman would be a good fit here for them, I think.
Yeah.
Demetrius Knight is
That'll be an easier name to pronounce for me.
We're still seeing a lot of these guys at first round grades at positions that maybe we're not interested in. Edges and corners seem to be falling.
And you want them to come off the board now, don't you? You want a bit of a run now, so the players that we want. Just looking now, I mean, their needs are. This is their first pick of the draft. Don't forget, because they traded back. So they need linebacker, cornerback, offensive line, tight end, wide receiver type thing. So they go a lot of places here.
I have just seen the pick. I've had a notification come through from Sleeper. So if anyone has Sleep notifications on, don't look.
Turn them off.
I always have to have Sleeper notifications on. It's the best fantasy football app out there for those that are wondering.
I mean, I agree with you.
I was waiting for Shane to make a dig to say, Kev doesn't have the notifications on because he doesn't have the app anymore, or something like that.
Sleep is a little bit too complicated for a man of his age.
Oh. Wow!
Jesus.
I knew that one to get a reaction from him.
That's some serious shots fired.
Okay.
Kev was like, whatever.
I think I need to lie down. I think I need a nap. Got my slippers on.
Oh, don't, mate. I've got my PJs and my slippers on. Don't worry.
Don't worry, viewers. You won't be seeing that.
And why not? What's wrong with that? Shame.
It might be 1:15 in the morning, but no one needs to see that.
Wow.
Shane, don't open up the Excel spreadsheet because there's a couple of picks in there. I don't want to turn into Sleeper Part 2.
The problem is, Craig, I've got my laptop here. Right above the laptop is the fucking Excel document wide open.
Yeah.
Just look at the laptop.
Who's the pick, Dan?
Oh, that was all right. Terence Ferguson, tight end. There we go. Nice and easy.
Terence and Philip.
Hello there, Terence.
What picks are there, Craig? Because they ain't updated for me. I don't even know who's on the board next. Oh yeah, okay, it says.
Arizona's picks in. I've just seen it. I don't know why I looked, but I've just seen it.
I've just seen a comment from Andy that came in. No, we won't reminisce about that time we drafted that player, Andy. Thank you very much.
There you go,
His
Shane.
brother's not been too bad. At Dallas.
So again,
Okay.
Arizona.
you have that Shador conversation with the Raiders up
Of
next.
course you do.
You know, is this the spot at last? Because I think generally most people, even that weren't particularly high on Shador, still had him as a top 50 player.
Mm.
So we're about to leave the top 50 in the draft. So, you know, is it time now at 48 with the Raiders?
Mate, do you do a big board at all?
Not really. Let's say I tend to look more at the kind of dynasty rookie rankings fantasy. So I tend to only focus on the offensive players. But I consume a lot of content out there and kind of an understanding of the players. So yeah, the defensive players, I'm probably not so clued up of how they fit into the offensive side of things. But
Yeah.
Okay. Will Johnson, DB from Michigan, gone to Arizona.
And Shador Sanders is going to drop out of the top 50 because the Texans have just traded up.
Just traded up. I've just seen that.
yeah, and the next team after this is the Bengals, and I don't think they need a quarterback.
Nah, I think they're all right for a few years yet.
I mean, Seattle again. Do you take him at Tennessee to back up Cam Ward?
I don't know if Kev knows, but
Imagine.
Raiders have traded out Kev, so Houston's on the clock.
Okay.
And there's
Who are they
one
coming up
voting.
for?
So they already took Jaden Higgins earlier in the round, didn't they?
That's right.
So the Raiders got 58 and 99 for 48. So our 99 pick has been passed around again.
I think the Raiders already picked up 98 as well in the previous trade. So they've now got 98 and 99. The Raiders.
Let's have a quick look.
You are correct, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, could this be a potential spot for Mike Green?
I mean, yeah, that's
Mike Green opposite of Will Anderson? That'd be,
that'd be naughty.
yeah.
That'd be proper naughty. Just see who their age were. Yeah, Will Anderson and they've got Daniel Hunter.
Well, the other big need for them is O-line, isn't it? So maybe they want to get in and
Massive.
get some of these O-line people before the Bengals on the clock. Seattle need more interior line help as well, even though they've got Gray Zabel. So maybe this is a lineman that they didn't want to get these teams that were lineman needy.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be lineman here, I think.
Just in a tweet from Connor Hughes. He mentioned about the Raiders being on the clock and could it be the spot for him? And now he said no, they won't. They've traded back again. Texans on the clock. The Giants contemplated Shador Sanders at 3 overall. He might be there for them in the 3rd round.
Wow.
Why would you?
Yeah, I definitely think like
Pick.
there was a lot of Texans fans who were pissed that they didn't take offensive line at 25 and they traded out. And then they went wide receiver with the pick they treated out. So I mean, like they've
Well,
got
obviously
to
they
go
did-
offensive line now.
I did trade away Laramie Tunsil in the off season, so
Yeah,
I don't get that. One of their biggest weaknesses from last year was offensive line, and then they went and just blew their offensive line up, but not in a good way.
yeah.
So I guess this could be Tate Routledge, Ursary, Trapio. It's a sort of starts to be in the range. I think all of these guys get pushed up a little bit because of the scarcity.
For me,
but
yeah. I mean, for me, Ursary, I've got in my top 50. He is like the next tackle off the board, like definitely a second round pick. Him or Trapilo. I mean, let's see the guards. Did any of the guards jump out? Wylam, Ratledge, Bow, not really. I think you'd lean over the other two tackles before you'd look into the interior there.
yeah, and I think some of what it was the culture in the room. I just didn't think they were tough enough last year. I think they
Yeah.
said, right, we'll just clean the room out and bring some new guys in that are more hungry, more tough, and extreme. But
And they did, didn't they? They brought in like Cam Robinson, Trent Brown, Laken Tomlinson.
I think sometimes you gotta like look at things and go, actually, you know what? It's not working. Yeah, Laramie Tunsil's a great offensive lineman, but you know they gave up over 50 sacks last season, so it's almost a case of, well, he may be good, but it's not working.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
why
think
not
the
blow it
best
up and
years of-
start from, keep the young guys in and develop them and. This is the problem with round 2. There's so many fucking adverts, isn't there?
Yeah, standard. Go get those.
It's like
Dollar
2
bills
picks,
in, yo.
advert, 2 picks, advert, 2 picks, advert.
Get them dollar bills, yo.
what are the odds that Shiloh Sanders gets drafted
Ah, Jesus, can you imagine?
before Shador?
I mean, it will be interesting to see where Sanders goes, and it'll be interesting to see if he will have like a genuine chip in his shoulder, or like what his attitude will be. Like, I think he'll come across really bad.
Yeah, 100%.
He'll be bitter,
thing
won't
is,
he?
The interview will be something like 31 teams passed on me.
Yeah.
Never going to say the names of the quarterbacks that were taken before me. All cliche
Well,
bullshit.
did you see what he said? He said about he doesn't want to play for a team unless they've drafted him. It's like, okay, and then he said, even like if a team releases him and he goes to somewhere else, then he'd have to seriously consider whether he'd want to play for them or not because they didn't draft him in the first place.
Oh my god! Yeah, some of the stuff he comes out with is unbelievable.
Made me laugh when you think back like all them few months ago when his dad was like, I'll decide where he plays. I don't think you will now. I think you'll just take
No.
where he plays.
I think you just take what you can get at the moment.
Oh, pick is in. Dan.
Oh, Dan, the
Yes.
listeners are waiting and the watchers.
Arion Tate Ursary, come on,
All
that'll
right.
do.
We need a super cut of Dan's face when he reads certain player names.
Oh my God. Stop it already.
I still don't know who the Colts drafted.
Oh, I can't fucking remember. You expect me to remember?
In fairness to Dan, according to Pat McAfee, they did draft JTT. That's how he's put it on his post. So
Bosh, come on, Pat McAfee.
Go on, yeah. That gets it.
I mean, he's a bit of a bellend at times himself. He was swear he was smoking weed last night.
Probably was.
Did you see him in Ireland? He was just an absolute Egypt in Ireland.
JT2 Malo. There you go. That's as good as you're gonna get. Light work. Yeah. Thanks, Holly. I'm being grilled right now. I feel like
Holty's in the house.
To be fair,
Just
I think we
in,
had our viral moment yesterday with the trade up. I don't know if you've seen Kev's face after after I said there's been a trade, but it's peak.
See,
I
Sean
mean,
Morash-
your face when you said there's been your face when you said the Giants have done it. It was like,
Yeah.
I love it.
Sean Morash has tweeted that Tiki's gotten good info that Abdul Carter and Lawrence Taylor's sides are talking about 56 being unretired.
Oh man, can you imagine?
It would be class.
That would be unbelievable.
I would
Pick it
respect it to the level.
I mean, I think it instantly becomes the top selling jersey, right? Like,
Oh,
straight
Oh my
away.
god.
Hands down.
Oh yeah.
I'd be all over that shit.
That guy
Demetrius Knight.
delivered that news with just
He
You
was
don't
so
want-
excited.
you've never heard before.
He
He
was
just,
so
he just want to
excited,
be there,
wasn't
doesn't he?
He's like, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Did you see the pick, Shin?
Yeah, like it.
Yeah.
One of the, I mean, that Gamecocks defense had some players that really stood out at times. Like,
Yeah.
one of the best defenses in college football last year. To be fair, with Sanders, with Knight, with even Worry,
Yeah.
we constantly stood out on tape every time I watched him. That's why, for me, I had him as linebacker 3.
Shane, look away, but I'm just going to put a comment on the screen.
Oh.
Why? There's no need. Don't put that voodoo on me.
I mean, let's have some hope at least, Andy. Come on.
I ain't being funny. We let 26 walk away and look what he did the past year. Granted, he wouldn't do that with us. And then we passed on Michael Parsons all them years. Can I not just have some fun with a Penn State player being successful with the New York Giants?
I love all the hot takes at the moment where people are just turning around and they're like, I saw it on X yesterday after we selected Carter. It's like, is it too early to talk about whether he could be a bust or not? It's like, well, yeah, it is too early because his feet
Come on,
haven't touched
man.
grass yet. Like,
Honestly, genuinely feels
Why?
like some people, especially on Twitter, they want players to fail so they can say, I told you.
everyone
just
wants to
hope-
be right.
Yeah. I just don't get that mentality. Look, you might turn around and say, well, I did say that, but don't wish it or want it. Like, you want to be proven wrong.
Oh, 15 picks. 15 picks away.
Come on. What's the time?
Think about doing a mock.
1:30.
Mayo, Mayo's getting mocky down there.
Mayo's getting mucky.
Because they
He's
PFF
winning.
update the tracker, don't they? So you can literally go from where the
Yeah.
thing is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we do it for Bants?
Why not? Howie,
What?
Stop
What the fuck? Can we ban
Stop that.
it? Where's the ban button, Craig? People need banning. Alty, I expect better of you. All these months we've been on the train together in first class, and you're going to do me like that? Fucking hell.
There's nothing wrong with transferring to guard after 3 terrible years. of
Craig's
tackling.
trying not to spit.
Jesus Christ. I had a mouthful of coffee there. Oh,
are you okay?
that actually brought tears to my eyes trying to keep that from... My webcam's right here as well, so it just... Triple H just... Oh, God.
Yeah, Holty. Shame on you. Shame on you. It's not going to happen.
Oh, God. That was funny.
Dun, dun, dun. Mock draft.
Let's get it.
Broncos have moved back to
No.
Broncos are traded with
Four.
the Panthers. Panthers are now on the clock at 51.
Oh, yeah, that's it. I thought you were going to say the Panthers had gone out. So I was like, hold on a minute. What do
No, Panthers are
you
on the clock at
fancy, mate?
51.
Do you want to just do this round, or should we just skip it and go to the Giants?
So, yeah, I don't know if it will do a decent job of the next 15 picks or not.
We'll draft all.
Yeah.
So we can kind of do the. Oh shit! I've just seen the
Oh.
Seahawks pick.
It's in the Seahawks pick, yeah.
That war there a minute ago.
Well, scroll up. We might as well announce it.
Yeah, we may as well.
My bad. That's on me.
I expected that to be a DB, but yeah.
Elijah Arroyo. There you go. Tight end. The University of Miami.
So I mean, who would we fancy the Panthers taking? I mean,
If you click on your picks, does it show you who they've already taken?
Yeah.
So it's just Tet so far.
I mean, edges in need for them. Mike Green sat there. DB Trey Amos is probably one of the better cornerbacks there.
Yeah, so one of the edges has got to go
Sean Alexander.
before
What
the
a
end of the
running back
round,
he was.
surely.
I mean, Landon Jackson seems to be one that a lot of people were higher on than what I was. Kev, I don't know, kind of, if you were high on him at all. I think he's okay, but I'm not as high as him. It's like some people had seen him go in the second round, and I wasn't that high there.
Yeah, I think any of those three to the Panthers makes sense. I don't think any of them will be on the board for the Giants, so it's a good way to cross.
Yeah,
them off.
I had him as my 10th edge going in the second round. 6'6", 266 pounds. He's one of the ones, again, a bit like JTT, where it's just like pure effort, like proper
So you're not the only one that
4-3
calls him JTT.
edge. Yeah. The thing is, when I say his name properly,
Could be a good
outside the
pick
podcast, I can get it.
Yeah, I think Nick Scorton could be a good pick here for Carolina, to be honest with you.
Yeah, do it.
Because Mike Green's falling for a reason, and we don't know why. So we'll take Nick Scorton.
Well, this isn't going to be Shador. They've already got a quarterback.
Yeah, obviously they only had the one pick
So
earlier on. They moved. Did they move back earlier on, didn't they?
yeah,
Their biggest
they
need
moved
is
out.
edge
They
as
moved out.
well. Edge, wide receiver are their big needs.
I mean, wide receiver, Elick, yours there. Trey Harris is there, who obviously was spoken about earlier on in the show. Jalen Knowles there.
The Panthers pick is in.
Yeah, lots of people think Betch will go as well in this round.
Yeah, again, he's another one I wasn't as high on as what some people seem to be on him.
What about linebacker?
Oh, boom!
The Panthers pick is in, and
We nailed that out of the park.
you nailed it. Nick Scotton.
But again, it just shows, like, you know, Mike Green sitting there and another team has chosen to take another edge player over him. So, like, you know, there's got to be major red flags there.
Yeah, it has to be.
So I think you could possibly just take Landon Jackson here and add another edge to thing and again skip over Mike Green.
Yeah. The only thing I'm thinking is, will Tennessee maybe be a little bit tempted to get a weapon for the new quarterback?
Fuck off, Toronto.
I mean, look, I'm not saying they'll do it here, but the one that kind of stands out to me is potentially Xavier Restrepo. I'm not saying he's worth the pick here, but he's already got that relationship with Cam Ward.
They've got another pick before the end of the round as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
In the trade back, they got 2 2s.
I mean, like I said earlier, Jack Bech could be a good one here. Look, so I'm not as high on him as other people am, but obviously there's kind of some chatter there. I've kind of got him as a wide receiver 2, potentially on PFF.
Just quickly, have you seen the trade between Carolina and Denver
Negative.
for Carolina to move up to 51? So Denver have given up 51, 85, 122, and 208, and Carolina have given them 57, 74, 111, and 230. So they've exchanged 4 picks basically for Carolina to move up 5. 6.
I'll be honest, you said a lot of numbers there.
There's too many. Too
You
many
said a lot
numbers.
of numbers there.
I wonder if
25.
it works out perfectly on the value chart to like a perfect, like absolute balance trade.
It must be. Oh, fucking hell, there's another name. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Dan, who the Titans pick, please?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
We're
Even
just
the guy announcing it is struggling with it, for fuck's sake.
hold this for a brief second.
Oluwafemi Oladejo.
Impressive. Nice.
There we go.
We'll put Landon Jackson here because that was who we was going to take. Or shall we do it legitimately? How they're doing it on Thingy, and then when the Giants, we can have a look at who's going to be available.
Yeah.
Bucks are on the clock.
Where's Holiday? I mean, he's ranked 75 on PFF, average position of 85. So I'll keep the mock draft updated with what happens in real life, and then obviously when we get on the clock, we can kind of have a live look as to kind of the players that are still available. And that's a good way to potentially do it.
Yep.
So that the Bears Panthers trade, where the Panthers trade up to get number 1 overall and took Bryce Young, that trade is now complete. With the Bears pick in the second round.
Again, I wouldn't hate Mike Green here, but again, he's dropping again, isn't he? So
For the Bucks,
The picks in for the Bucks.
the Bucks need linebacker, edge, and CB.
yeah, we're starting to have the run on the edges, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if we see 3 or 4 go. You know, the ones that are expected to go in this round will come off now, which is okay for us because we've got an edge already.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, really leading up to our pick, you want to see edge going off the board. You want to see D tackle and guard, in my opinion, not really being drafted. And we can have maybe a run at one of them players that are going to be there. I mean, the one who really stands out to me, who I'm hoping he kind of drops his Marcus and Bo at Purdue. I've got him as a guard. He did play some tackle as well, so you've kind of got a little bit of versatility there with him. And what your thoughts on Bobo Mayo?
Yeah, again, he's weird body type. So I think possibly his best spot is guard. Again, a tackle to guard convert, but he is a lightweight guard, young, so could put weight on, but just I worry about his body type at guard. But maybe he doesn't need to play this year. Maybe you're drafting him to you've got Neil for 1 year that you're not going to extend. He can be the guard this year. Embo could be the guy that's going to take over. He's got a chance to put some size on himself and get himself ready for the NFL, almost like a red shirt year like Dart has. But he could still fill in as your sort of swing depth guy.
Yeah, I mean, like a bit of he only played 6 games last year, but a bit of a lazy take on it could be. The Giants might have got a good look at him last year when they were obviously skating Tyrone Tracy.
Yeah.
I still want Tate Ratledge, lads.
Yeah, he's still there.
So apparently, rookie quarterback Tyler Shock played with tight end Juwan Johnson at Oregon 6 years ago.
Yeah, didn't he play in the same game as Herbert as well?
Yep.
Backed up Herbert, yeah.
Yeah. Who seems like he's been in the league forever.
mean, to be fair, Darius Alexander's still there. I mean,
Well,
no, we've
I
not
was
got
going to
much,
say,
but I'd seriously be considering moving up for him potentially. I really like Darius.
Ooh. I really like him as well. How many picks are we away now? 12.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
12, yeah.
So someone got a value chart there. What it would take?
To move to where?
About 350.
Who's traded back that would like to that's been trading back?
The Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders.
I got you,
So,
Craig. I got you.
Our 65th pick is worth 265. So who do you say? The Raiders?
Yeah.
So that pick's worth 320, pick 58 that is. So we need to make up about 60, 70 points somewhere.
Okay, so what's our fifth?
30 points. You'd probably maybe have to give your fourth up and maybe ask for something else in return, like a fifth or a sixth. Obviously, we've not got a sixth round pick.
It have to be next year.
Kev, go on, Kev. You can announce this one.
So
Yeah, go on.
with the 53rd pick in the second round, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select cornerback Benjamin Morrison out of Notre Dame. Love this guy. One of the cleanest prospects on the field and off the field. The only thing with him is injury. He had a hip injury they needed surgery on in high school, and he had a hip injury needed surgery on this past off season.
So
He is like, what's that? Same hip, yeah.
So-
So obviously, the medicals come in, you have to see what they're like. But just a high character person and just a clean prospect. He can match mirror any wide receiver. Like he played Harrison Jr. and held him to like 30 yards. In my mind, if it wasn't for the injury, we would have gone a lot higher.
Green Bay are on the clock now.
They are.
And I do wonder if Mike Green is a possible spot here, because I think going to somewhere like Green Bay is a culture kind of city where you're not going to be getting into shady shit. Because I like the idea of Mike Green being drafted by the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
They are a measurables team as well, aren't they? They are they don't necessarily draft off tape solely. They very much have, you must be of a certain size, speed, whatever.
Yeah. They're a bit like Kev, like 5'10" wide receiver. No, go away.
When do we start
6'2".
talking about? When do we start talking about who we want?
Pick 60. We'll be 5 picks away then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and
So once we get to Detroit, I think we can then start sort of realistically looking ahead.
But again, we've had this edge and cornerback, like edge cornerback. If this is another edge that goes off, that's great for us, because I think we may take a cornerback later on, but I don't think this pick's going to be a cornerback. So, it's going in the right direction for what the player that we're going to have at the top of our board is in the right place at the moment.
Jordy Nelson.
Even like something a bit more exciting. Cam Scatterboo's still there. That would be fun.
There's a lot of good wide receivers. I mean,
yeah. Darius Alexander, as you say, would be a great pairing with Dex. The Caleb Johnson, again, another running back still there. That's kind of second round talent. Oh.
Green Bay Packers select Anthony Belton. Tackle.
NC State.
yeah, we talked about him, didn't we? We liked him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did he not yesterday, was it?
Yeah.
but again, he's a sort of guy that was a third round guy,
Yeah.
but he's a pure tackle. He's a bit of a project still. He plays too high, that kind of thing. But he's a true tackle, and these guys do get pushed up the board because they are rare.
Also, like, you know, he's a 0-star recruit. He went to the Georgia Military Academy to start off with. And then obviously played so well that he got an offer from NC State then to go over there. So he's a little bit raw. I mean, like, he's so powerful. Yeah, it's a bit raw. Definitely a developmental one. But yeah,
Just pushing a car as you do.
Yeah.
Chargers pick is in as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, they went Amari and Hampton in the first round.
That's right.
Yeah, Chargers went for a player that isn't even on their weakness list at all in running back. Interior O-line is what they're saying is their biggest. Interior O-line, interior D-line.
Yeah, see, PFF has got their top three needs as wide receiver, tight end, D-line.
Yeah, so I've got the list from CBS. CBS have got interior O-line, D-line, tight end, edge, wide receiver.
Take a good number of spots
So
here.
why is the guy that's announcing the Chargers selection looking at the Milwaukee Brewers top on?
Because because that's not far from Green Bay, is it?
No, I know, but
So he's playing
Is
to the
it?
home crowd. Is he? I don't know if Melvin Gordon's from around there.
Ooh.
Bit disappointed to see him go off the board. I'm not
Trey
going to lie.
Harris from Ole Miss.
Yeah.
He's someone I wouldn't have minded at 65.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
interesting.
Those things like
Link up with your boy Jackson Dart.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. But you look at that. Is that Harbaugh basically going? We need to give Herbert something.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
Running
so.
back
Big
and
time.
wide receiver back to back.
I mean, I've banged on about it previously, but Quinton Johnson's just not him. It's not panned out
Yeah,
No.
no, he's done.
for Chargers. It just hasn't worked out.
Just move on from him now.
Yeah, and with Lad McConkey there, you know, Trey Harris could play inside or outside, but for them he'll play outside. Lad McConkey's obviously your slot receiver, or you want him running in that slot receiver.
So
role.
slotty.
Go on, you little slut.
Fucking hell.
Right, that was close.
Nearly choked on this one. Fucking hell.
Oh, hello.
Bears pick is in as well. Broncos are on the clock. Coming thick and
Bears.
fast now.
Third pick of the draft. This is.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, there are quite a few teams that are their next pick is the fourth.
Lions have traded up to 57 with the Broncos.
That's a few spaces for the Lions, isn't it?
Yeah,
They
so they
need
moved up
edge,
3.
and they also
They
need
moved up
interior
3.
O-line, so they could be getting. They could. I don't know.
Who's next? Sorry.
Bears pick is in, and after that is the Lions. The Lions have traded up.
It was Denver, but the Lions have traded with Denver.
Oh, who are the Bears going with here?
Arius Alexander is a D lineman. Be nice for them. I'd like them to take one of these DBs. That would be a nice pick for us if they could take a DB, but they could do with the help in the secondary.
I'm at the point now where I'm wanting Alexander to keep dropping now. It's
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
just where I'm thinking
It'd be
keep
too
letting-
perfect, though.
I know, but we're having a perfect draft, Kev.
We are. You said it, Shane. We are having a perfect draft, and I'm here for it. Why can't things just go our way for once?
That's one good thing about
Hey.
the Bears pick.
Oh yeah, time for Seth Rollins.
Should we all just go silent for a minute and turn it up?
Seth will go in on these fans.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's in a promo. It's up for weeks, I bet. We ran it by like about 7 or 8 different wrestlers. Oh, what do you think of this? What else can I add in?
Fresh off the win at WrestleMania as well. So the Broncos and Lions trade. The Broncos giving up pick 57 and pick 230 in exchange for 60 and 130.
A lot of teams are doing equal like numbers of picks, just moving around. Where it's kind of funny, isn't it? Like normally it's like, oh, I'll give you 2 late ones for an early one, but it's kind of like, I want to move up a couple of spots. I'll move back a couple of spots later on.
Or the Patriots were famous for years just taking picks next year, just going, can. We'll give this one up. We'll take a pick next year, and people are holding on to them next year. I think again, people are expecting next year's class to be better. This is a good starter class, but there's not the like really high Pro Bowlers in here. That it's deep at positions aren't of high value. So people probably are quite happy to move around, going, I want picks in this draft because there's a running back or a D lineman or whatever later on that I'm quite happy to pick up. But
seen the Bears pick?
I've not seen it yet.
You're 100% right there. That's why we wanted to stay and pick Abdul Carter, because he's a proper star, like superstar. And then after like him, realistically, just there's good players, but then the whole rest of the draft is like there's a lot of starters. And to be fair, we could do with getting a few starters and a few sort of like people depth pieces who can push our current starters.
Yeah. And I'm getting more and more excited about one of the top level running backs being available for us. And I said before, I'd love a weapon here. It'd be really bold. A D lineman is a need. Guard is a need. But that running back being sorted out of this draft early, I think there is a tier drop after a couple of guys that are here.
Here he comes.
What a suit!
Look at that. Of course, he's got the belt as well. What an absolute don. Love it. Go on, Seth.
I don't think Biz is a fan.
Right, picks in.
Here we go.
That was pretty entertaining.
I'll rate it.
I'll rate the pick as well.
Yeah, same. Great pick there.
Yeah, again, these tackles are going to fly off the board. They're too valuable to these teams, and you know, again, I think it's not. You know, it might be okay for us if one of the guards survives. If the tackles are going, these tackles are rated below some of the guard prospects, and maybe that we can get Tate Routledge or someone like that to fall to us at the top of the next round.
Someone just said on Twitter, we need Seth Rollins to announce every draft pick going forward.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, like, talk about looking after your franchise quarterback. You've got him a wide receiver, you've got him a tight end,
Yeah.
a weapon in Loveland. Now you've got him a right tackle as well. Well, you know,
I mean, you're definitely helping him out, aren't you?
Caleb Williams.
We need to do the same.
Well, I was just about to say we could very well be doing the same in 12 months' time.
Yeah, Lions pick us in.
We are honored to have with us the surviving family member of the United States Army Specialist, Christopher Kuby, who will announce the selection of the Detroit Lions second round pick.
Is Sanders going to fall out of the round? Where's he going?
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Do you think the league just went, do you know what, Sanders family? Go fuck yourselves. Like, you know, you can't dictate what you do in this league.
Imagine if he goes undrafted.
Oh, stop.
Imagine. Oh, I've just seen the pick.
I probably end up going to the Eagles in the 6th round and then, you know, win them a Super Bowl.
Bad man. Bad.
And they probably trade down and pick up some more draft picks and then pick him.
Bad man. Don't say things like that. But
Seriously, I don't understand why if they see a Philly number dial any kind of NFL team, they don't just not pick up the phone. You know you're going to get fleeced on the trade. Don't pick up the phone.
Yeah.
Ignore.
I've seen this pick and the next pick, to be fair.
Oh, have you?
It feels like the Ravens have been on the clock for about 8 years, and I haven't been anything. I've known the Raiders pick for about 10 minutes.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Oh, go away.
Bye.
I've got to be honest, I don't hate it, man. I'm mine up Darius.
I know, but I would have liked to have the option.
Nah, because options cause problems.
Tate Routledge.
Kev just wants that mullet, the
Oh.
facial hair, just all of it.
Oh.
We're getting super close now, so you can probably count 6 guys off the board and go, well, that's who's left, isn't it? So
Yeah. I mean, so I'll just quickly on the top 50. My top 50 was who's left. There's Mike Green, Sanders, Trey Amos, Xavier Watts, Kevin Winston, Siobhan Ravel, Darius Alexander. I mean, there's not much need there, but I mean, Alexander is sticking out like a sore thumb now, isn't he? I mean, he's a bit older, he's 25, but the talent's there.
I've seen the Baltimore pick as well.
Stop looking, lads, will ya?
Mine's on PFF. He's really quick.
Stop looking. Can you not like minimize the screen or something?
I don't want it.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry.
Okay. Should have said that then.
All right.
Yeah, Shane. Should have fucking said. There we go.
That Raiders fan on the left, the steampunk guy, he can't see shit. You can't tell me otherwise.
No. He cannot see anything, can he?
He wanted to give a heartfelt appreciation and thanks to all the mothers of the NFL community.
It does look like one of these top running backs might get to us. Scatterboo still going to be
Well,
there.
Okay, so, all right, let me go for a pick. Let me go for a P, and when I come back, we'll find out all the picks that we know, and we'll talk about who's left. But man's got a P.
Sounds good.
We could, it looks like Shador will be there as well. Double dip.
Nah.
I mean, you can get out of Winston's contract pretty easily.
Passed it on Shador 3 times after people thought you were going to take him third overall.
Yeah. Yeah.
The funny thing is we're getting a lot of flack for that. But there are 31 other teams who have passed on him more than twice now.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
At some point, the 49ers take him. They've got to have a contract negotiation with their guy, and why don't you just have a guy waiting in the wings that says, right, well, if you don't want to sign for us for decent money, we'll move on.
Shane.
Okay.
Art
Kevin, you've
Stapleton.
seen we've moved up.
Sorry?
We've moved up.
That was a proper
Jack Bish, man.
proper Boise laugh, that as well. Stapleton's just put, we're at 60, Giants are 65. My pick for the Giants, if he gets there, is Darius Alexander.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the thing is, we're talking about it now, but he'll go and then we'll just cry. I'll tell you what, that Jack Bish, the story's sad, isn't it?
With his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, his brother was killed in that driving attack at New Orleans.
On their way.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
He played at Princeton, and he wore number 7 or 9, and Besh wore his number in the Senior Bowl, and he scored like the walk-off touchdown, the last-minute touchdown as well. He's a good player, man. He's like Cooper Kupp.
But question is, does Shane like him? It's TCU, right?
Yeah.
So
I got it.
TCU
I got
receiver.
it.
So Trey Amos, who's the highest ranked player on PFF's board, still there.
Yeah.
Cornerback's not necessarily a position of need for us, but would be technically incredible value. Would you go and take that guy, even though you have more valuable or more needs on the roster?
I would. Banks wouldn't stop me going after Amos. I think Amos is a better player.
It wouldn't, but if I'm sticking to my BPI, it's Darius Alexander still. I've got Darius Alexander ranked at 35. I've got Amos at 36.
Well, where do you have Mike Green though?
19. But obviously, I didn't have the luxury of interviewing him.
And then Kevin Winston.
Oh, yeah, talk to me, Mayo.
So again,
Wow. Did it suddenly get cold in Shane's flat or the nipple?
coming off an injury, but his 2023 tape was like phenomenal.
Yeah.
Right? I know we've just spent big money on a safety. We've invested in the draft at safety. We're so congested at safety, but again, value at the top of the third for what could be a Pro Bowl safety if he's able to get back. I'm guessing a lot of teams have got him off the board because of the injury.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not forget as well, Caleb Johnson's still there. You spoke about these running backs. I mean, I wouldn't hate I think Caleb Johnson's the only running back I'd take at the minute.
Yeah.
I think otherwise I'm
mean-
happy. I'm happy passing on other running backs because of value at other positions that are still available.
Yeah, I mean, Caleb Johnson stands out like a sore thumb. Like second team All American, first team Big Ten, ran for 1,500 yards the last 2 years in each season. Just an absolute monster. And like I've seen him interviewed a couple of times. He's just a really sort of like comes across really, really well. He speaks really well.
Over 1,000 yards after contact, 66 missed
Oh.
tackles forced as well the past season. So he's kind of, he's definitely kind of different back to what Tyrone Tracy is and what we've already got there.
And we had a visit. We had a visit with him as well. And don't forget, the old Iowa, one of the Iowa's coaches is now our running backs coach.
So my fear for the running backs is we'll see them go here. So Denver are running back needy. Washington are running back needy. The Bears are running back needy. There's three guys that are, the Cam Scatterby, Caleb Johnson. I love RJ Harvey as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Sean Payton loved him as well because he loves that type of player. So I think we could see the running back run that we've been waiting for in this draft start any time now.
Just seen the
Start
Broncos
right
pick.
now, yeah.
Just seen the Broncos pick.
Have they announced the Baltimore pick yet?
No,
No,
no.
just
No, pick is in.
pick is in on the screen. Yeah.
Right, so running backs then. Name a couple of running backs you fancy here, Mayo.
So I love Scatterby. Just a tough player, smart, tough, defendable. Like that's Cam Scatterby all over. He's Christian McCaffrey, but poor man's Christian McCaffrey. You literally,
Not bad.
he's that type of back. Would be an asset in a backfield. Caleb Johnson, obviously, probably the highest running back on most people's boards still left.
Yeah.
You've
Dylan
got
Sampson?
Dylan Sampson. I'm not so keen on Dylan Sampson, but he comes in that this sort of range. He's in this group, but for me, probably the bottom of the group. RJ Harvey, who I call the human glitch, he just makes people miss.
Yeah.
Never gets a clean hit on him. He's in this range, and him and Tracy would be an awesome backfield.
Yeah. What about Shane, wide receivers? What wide receivers would you look at now?
Just have a look who's available.
TCU wide receiver still available.
Anyway,
Love it.
I mean, you're still there. Jalen Rose, I don't mind it at Utah. I quite like Cole Williams at Washington State. To be honest with you, I think he's a good wide receiver. And then the last one who probably stands out in and around this range would be Jalen Knoll, the other Iowa State wide receiver.
He's a fantastic slot wide receiver, isn't he?
Yeah.
I quite like Torrey Horton here as well, Colorado State.
Can we just talk
How have
about
they not
how
announced-
round 2 seems to have lasted forever?
How have
Yeah.
they not announced
All
the
the
Ravens pick
trades.
yet?
Yeah, loads of trees. But like, I've always had a bit of a draft crush on that Ayumanor. Like, I thought he was the one who got, 150 yards against Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He's an absolute. He's 6'2", 207. I have a second round grade on him. He ran a 4.44 40. At that size, that's decent. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's Canadian as well, so he could be the new Darth Maple if we're keeping our thing going, right? So again, he's an ex receiver, so he's the opposite. He's essentially the guy that would compete with Slayton for that opposite neighbours. But
Yeah.
the other thing that I would really like, and we did this with ABJ, is you can put a neighbours type in the slot and they just dominate. So if you had an X like Aymanor and Slayton, and then you can push neighbours in the slot
100%.
30% of the time, it becomes
Love
a
that.
phenomenal way of getting him open on those slants that OBJ used to just take to the house. Like you can do the same.
And with Johnson, that is a formidable red zone lineup.
Yeah.
So they just announced the Baltimore pick. Who is it then?
It's Mike Green.
There he is coming off the board now.
So
finally.
relieved to be finally drafted. He's had a long wait for his name.
He does look look very relieved, doesn't he?
I mean, what a place to go to as well.
Yeah.
That Ravens defense, man, is stupid, isn't it?
Always is. They always do so well. And they have loads of comp picks, don't they? Because they just like draft well and let people go to free agency and get in the picks. So would tight end? Would any tight end jump out in this area?
Nah.
No, not for me. I was thinking the season.
There's kind of to me, there's two standing out, and that's Alexander and Johnson. They're the two real standouts for me at the minute. Just for people at home who are unaware, the Broncos pick is in, and the Washington pick is in as well. So the Bears are on the clock. Then it's Chiefs, Eagles, and then us. I'm sure Philly are going to do something to fuck us over.
Yeah, just
nothing's guaranteed.
A couple of interior offensive linemen I quite like here. Although he played tackle in college at West Virginia, I quite like Wyatt Milam. He's got that sort of nasty streak about him. Obviously, Marcus Bowe, we had him in for a 30 visit. Miles Frazier out of LSU, I like around this spot. Even Jared Wilson.
I think it's a round too early for Miles Frazier.
Okay. I had Jared Wilson, I know the center. I think he's a fantastic plug and play center. You know, you can't really go wrong there. I mean, any other
White guard in 2022 and 23, not many, but still got experience there.
Yeah.
So I feel like the value is at running back, wide receiver, or if Alexander makes it to us there. Now, because there are a number of people that aren't good, and actually any of those guys would fit. That's the ideal time to go. Well, actually, we'll go back 4 or 5 picks because one of these guys will fall to us. So I wouldn't rule out the trade down here. But for me, it looks like offensive weapon is where the real value is. That the interior linemen feel like there's RJ Harvey gone. So that's one of my running backs that I would have loved gone.
Yeah, RJ Harvey to the Broncos.
Yeah, the human glitch.
I mean
the thing is, right?
If you want to take a defensive tackle, there's 4 who stand out to me that I'd have no issues moving back a couple of spaces. You got Norman Lott, Darius Alexander, CJ West, and Shamar Turner. I wouldn't hate any of them at this point.
No, I really like CJ West. So I don't mind the trade back here as well, because if you can pick up a round 6 pick and get a backup, and get a backup and still end up with one of these, the sort of 12 guys for 3 or 4 wide receivers, three running backs and 4 defensive linemen, and then the offensive guard players start being in the right value. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's even players like Danny Stutzman, Jeffrey Bassa, like linebackers that stand out. And like we said, Trey Amos is there, Siobhan Revel, if you want to go cornerback. So there's so many options that trading back would be phenomenal, in my opinion. But if we stick in
all of these guys, any of them will be a contributor. Significant contributor, significant snaps in the season. Apart from them, we're drafting them in the 3rd round, and we always mess that up.
Commanders, man, come on.
Trey Amos to the Commanders.
Where have you people who are tipping picks? Where are you up to?
I've stopped looking now.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't want to spoil the joy to pick, so I've stopped looking now.
I
think they caught up.
I think the Bears. I don't think the Bears picks in.
No, the Bears are on the clock, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're caught up.
There's only 3 picks between now and then, and we're gonna get a player that we really like. I think.
Or a trade back.
I was just about to
I would
say,
love- I would love to
what do you
trade
think
back.
The possibility of a trade back here is
Like I say, you looked
pick
at,
pick up an extra day 3 pick.
We've got pick 65, then we've got 1 4, 1 5, 2 7s. So we've got nothing in the 6th.
Oh yeah, I would love a 6th rounder.
Yeah, it's 40 picks between this one and is it 40 picks between this one and the next one? Something.
Yeah,
like those
because
lines?
it's not our 5th, is it? It's the 5th from the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Right, so we got pick 105, which is our 4th round pick.
Yeah, so say that's 40 picks from now, and then it's like another 40 odd picks for the next one.
Yeah, 105 and then 154.
Yeah. So a lot of good players will go off the board if you don't trade down.
If we wanted to trade back here, we're at it's 265 points on the trade chart.
Yeah.
So you probably would be looking, if you move back a couple of spots, you're probably looking at, say, a mid round 6 pick.
So a mid-round 6 pick is about 14 points.
Yeah.
Only 14 points. So like, yeah, if you were to what's 14 on the 65, 250, you'd only be moving back to what 70. You only move back 4 or 5 spaces to pick up a 6th essentially.
Yeah,
I mean, you could say to the Raiders, if they wanted to move up, we'll have pick 68, that's worth 250. You could say to the Raiders, give us pick 180, which is worth 19. I think they've got pick 213 as well, which is worth 6. So there's kind of moves that we can do there.
And then maybe do a little pick swap in the 7th round. I think we're like 3 or
Well,
4 picks
genuine
apart in the 7th round.
question, Kev. If
Yes.
pick 65 of the New York Giants are on the clock and Darius Alexander is there, do you take him or do you trade back?
I'd take him. I wouldn't get too cute. I think he's a
I'm
great
sorry.
player. I would have took him at 34.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's going
So yeah,
to work out why there's a bit of a slide on him, to be honest with you.
yeah. It might be the age. I mean, like to be honest, having a look now, the interior defensive lineman, he is the one that stands out. But there's a few other ones. He'll go quick. I mean, I had him as 7, Alfred Collins at 8. Alfred Collins was gone, but then no one else after is gone.
Yeah.
So it kind of feels like he's going to go next.
Yeah, he's going to be the next one to go. I mean, like I say,
Yeah.
the other ones that stand out, Norman Lott.
I like him as well.
And then
Chicago's pick is in.
CJ West.
Joshua.
I quite like
Yeah,
CJ.
Joshua Farmer, we had a visit with him. I like him in the 3rd. Ty Robinson, Deion Walker, West. Those are kind of the ones around this mark that I'd be happy with.
Jordan Phillips, he's another one who I really like
Yeah.
out of Maryland.
Even the other Texas fella, Vernon Broughton.
Yeah.
But then I'd be Riley Mills would go higher if it wasn't for his injury. And I'd love to take him,
No idea why.
but in the 4th. But Danny Stutzman's there. He'd just come in and go next to Bobby, and there you go, Bosh.
Apparently, someone
So
prank
should-
called Shador Sanders pretending to be a part of the team.
Oh.
Banter.
I mean, to be fair, you say Danny Stutzman's still a guy I'm quite higher on than other people. Is Chris Paul Jr.
Yeah, I like him.
Really like Chris Paul.
I have him as a 3rd rounder. And the only reason that I had the other guys higher, like Bassa, Knight, and Stutzman, is he's a little bit light. He's one of those safety converts. He's 225 at 6'1", but he is
Chicago's
lightning.
4th pick so far.
Do you know what his nickname is?
I Oh, he got it from his mum and his dad. They were nicknamed the same. I can't think what it is now. Is it
Poo.
Pooh?
It's Pooh, isn't it?
Poo.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Poo.
P-O-O-H.
Yeah.
I think
Poo.
what all this conversation kind of sums up was how important it was to hold on to this number 65 pick in the trade yesterday. Because look at the quality of player we're getting out of this spot. Like this was what we would have given up if we'd had to jump, say, the Steelers, and we lost our bottle and jumped the Steelers. I think this is where this is what you're going to see now. We're going to get a significant contributor to this team.
Yeah.
Shamar Turner to the Bears.
Could be a run on D tackles now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Turner's one. I don't know what it was with that Texas D line. They never really put the numbers up, did they? Shamar Stewart obviously only had 4 sacks. Turner, he had 2 this past season. 1 hit, 18 worries.
Kev, you spoke about this yesterday, though, that the message from the coordinators is kind of hold and then go, which obviously is detrimental to any pass rusher because you don't know when you're going to go. You almost have to have like an immediate motor, which is impossible.
They were told apparently the defensive coordinator had a massive emphasis on stopping the run, so they were told to look for the run first, not pass. So instead of trying to pass rush, they would hold their position for the run until they diagnosed pass and then went for the pass rush.
Pickers in.
Which is kind of the opposite of what you're told.
Yeah, normally told you pin your ears back as an edge, don't you? And just go. But yeah, they were actually told it was a scheme specific thing.
The Chiefs pickers in. The Eagles are on the clock for the last pick of round 2.
Is Alexander one of your guys, Shane?
Ah,
I don't hate it. I mean, you've seen the run now. This is where I'm kind of thinking, if he's there, you don't trade back now.
Yeah, I agree.
Unless you had no intention of taking defensive tackle.
Agree.
A lot to the Chiefs. They seem
which one of your guys is going to the Eagles, Shane?
Craig?
Where is my guy's list?
I'm not.
Amos?
I ain't saying shit. That's bait. And he's above me. That side.
The Eagles are on the clock, so we are 1 pick away.
We are indeed.
Good
Giants
shout
on the
out
clock.
to,
We are
JCB. Love our streaming schedule.
anytime, my friend.
Thanks,
Love to
JCB.
support us. Feel free.
Feel free. YouTube.com/BigBlueUKIRL. Get on it.
So the Philadelphia pick is in, so the Giants are on the clock.
The Giants are on the clock. Let's go, baby. Where are we going?
What
To an ad break, because they always go to an ad break when the Giants are on the clock.
Standard. Well, it's end of round 2 as well, isn't it? So the Eagles pick will be in, and it'll be like, right, end of round 2, let's go. I've seen the Eagles pick, just as an FYI. Not intentionally. I just scrolled on Twitter and it was there, so I was like, okay.
I still haven't seen it.
I've seen it, but intentionally.
So, who's your BPA on your board right now?
For me, it's Alexander. I've literally got Alexander at 35, Caleb Johnson at 36.
I'd be happy with either of them.
What is the pick? Might as well tell us if because then we can discuss who we want.
What?
No.
Philadelphia pick.
Yeah, it's pretty pick.
They've not announced it, but me and Dan have seen it.
Yes. Do you want to know it?
Yeah, just say it. Is that all right? Might as well just.
people who are watching, they might not want
Yeah.
to know.
Oh, of course. Yeah, sorry, my mistake. Yeah, I get you.
It'll probably be about 10 minutes to.
You forget people are watching sometimes that you just.
So I mean, obviously, I'm not tipping the Giants pick, but the Giant Insider has tweeted saying, "Watch Josh Farmer with 65. Heard I like him a lot, so he could be in conversation here."
Hold on. Just get that ready, just in case. Let's put that on the table.
Imagine then we'd just need a Notre Dame player, and then you got a full house. Come on.
Dan Duggan tweeted 20 minutes ago saying, target to eye up here: Caleb Johnson, Marks and Bow, Darius Alexander, and Joshua.
Art Stapleton just tweeted. If you want to have a look, it's a per source.
Trading out.
It's a per source. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not going to look.
Oh, Dan. You could have told me he was the draft pick.
It's a per source. It just says per source.
Don't look up the trade.
I thought it was.
Don't take it as gospel.
I'm not looking.
Yeah, don't look. It is the draft pick.
Dan, that's weak
Naughty.
sauce, bro. You have to give us a little heads up, like. Oh.
I clicked it thinking, it must be a trade back.
Dan.
Nah, of course, it's Jason Sehorn announcing the pick, the guy that I can thank my Giant fandom for.
Go on,
if you
Jason
want to
Sehorn.
go back and watch the play against Philly in the playoffs, the interception that was tipped
Jesus
from
Christ.
his knees and stood up and returned.
Is Jake the Snake Roberts fallen into the Fountain of Youth one?
Wow.
Christ.
Bo Allen.
A lot of people are high on Makuba, even with the size. A lot of people loved him. I mean, he was my fifth safety.
Yeah, same.
How long are we going to have to wait for this Giants pick now, though?
Oh, they'll throw another ad break in for sure.
Yeah, Saturday probably.
Standard.
So have a look at Art Stapleton's Twitter if you want to know.
So Alexander falling to us, he was a guy that I would have taken in the previous round. Would be a great pairing with Dex, and would seal our D line. To go D line with the kind of first and third picks, and that would be amazing. Running back again. There is some great running backs that I think are worthy of the pick here, and wide receiver. I'd love to see a weapon. Shador Sanders, I don't think we need him at this pick. I think I'd rather hold out. We might be able to get him later on in the draft, the way he's falling at the moment.
Might be able to get him undrafted.
Yeah.
Of course.
He's got the cleats already. So, it'd be a cheap moving cost.
Nope, someone's having crisps.
No.
Sour Patch Kids?
No.
Pictures in. Let's go Seahorn. I want to watch this.
Risk it for a biscuit. We're honouring the forces first.
There's a couple of absolute short guys in that, though, isn't there?
Yeah, a little bit.
They're the guys that sit in the monitors going beep, beep, beep. Lads, come on. Just carry on with the perfect draft, lads. You've been doing well so well for so far.
Yeah.
There's a song for everything, isn't there?
And again, I don't think they
Yeah.
can go wrong with this pick. A bit like the pick at 3. There's so many good options like here for us.
It really is.
Well, like we were saying, Mayo, like it's such a starting draft. Like there's like we've discussed now. There's probably a good 6 or 8 players that we'd be more than happy with here, if not more, to be honest. And again, I think you said it earlier, wasn't it? About this is why this keeping 65 was so important.
Yeah, because I do think there is a teardrop before the 4th round. I think you start then getting into the kind of situational guys that they have a role, but they're a backup, or they've got like the 3rd down only, or one, down 1 and 2 only.
Very situational, yeah.
The Chiefs and Browns have already made their picks as well, so the Raiders are on the clock now.
We've got to chuck another ad break in, yeah.
Yeah.
Not seen the Chiefs or the Browns picks yet.
I'm just going by what Rich Eisen just said on the TV.
Here we go.
Hey.
Giants select Darius Alexander, defensive tackle from Toledo.
Kevin's in front.
number 31, Jason Sehorn. Come on, that's...
Is it on your TV yet?
Yeah, it's just come on.
Yeah.
Who is it,
Nice.
Danielson?
Darius Alexander out of Toledo.
That's a great pick, isn't it?
Giant.
That is a
Oh,
great pick.
Yeah. Massive high character guy. You know, we spoke about people that have got red flags, and some people have fell down draft board because of their character concerns and that. There's absolutely no character concerns with Alexander. You know, he's a bit of an older guy, 25, I think he is, or he's just
24, yeah.
Yeah. You know, kind of from a smaller program, coming from Toledo, but always performed brilliantly for them, kind of one of their standout players on defense. And, you know, I just think, do the New York Giants potentially have one of the best defensive lines in football?
Yeah. Oh, they're definitely not. I mean, like last year, 33 pressures, 4 sacks. The year before, 46 pressures, 7 sacks. And again, he's that penetrating 3 technique that sits nicely right next to Dexter Lawrence. It's just, we talked about it. Like if he's still there, we talked about at 34, you would have been happy taking him, but you get him now at pick 65. Sorry?
Where was he on your big board?
He was in there. He was 49. Oh, just sneaked in there. 49.
35 for me.
Really? Oh.
So,
like I said, I had him as a 2nd round pick.
Ashton
Are
Gillot.
we the New York football Darius now? With Darius Slayton, Darius Musau, and Darius Alexander.
Yeah.
But like you know, statistically, he's you know in all the right categories. The knock on him is his age. He's a late bloomer, but he's prototypical 6'4", 310 pounds. You know, his arms are long enough for the interior guy as well. He's probably got longer arms than a Will Campbell. So you know he's
should beat him when he comes.
You know, I think PFF had him as a 90.1 overall grade for last year. You know, 90.3 run defense grade, 12.9% pass rush win rate, which again is like the conversion factor of you know, if you're winning on 12% of your things, that's at least 1/3 down that you're again you're pressurizing the quarterback. Like you know, it's pretty significant from a 3 tech, right? So he's gonna line up next to Dexter Lawrence. You're gonna have Burns and Carter on the outside, potentially Thibodeau mixed in there, and you could go to a 3 front and have the 2 guys off the edge as well, and send 5. Like it is dangerous to opposing quarterbacks, but he's not just a guy. He is a 3 down guy, right? Because he's a run defender as well. He's not coming off the field on short yardage. He's not coming off the field on 3rd and long. Like, so he's truly a 3 down guy, which at this stage in the draft is, like I said, this draft. It's not always the case that you can get these kind of guys this late in a draft. So the strength of this draft is that kind of middle depth, as it were. And if we lost this pick, you wouldn't see guys like this at the end of this round.
No, I mean, that 90.1 that you referenced for PFF, that was 3rd among all interior defenders in this class. I mean, when you look at his kind of ranking with the beast, he was defensive tackle 7 for Dane Brugler and 61 on his big board. So, as far as Dane's concerned, we've probably got about right value for him. Like I said, I had him at 35 on my big board, and he was my 5th best defensive tackle.
Yeah, he was my 7th and inside. Go on, sorry.
Monty tweeted out 2 minutes ago, let's fucking go. I would have considered taking him at 34 and then put, I legitimately got up and started screaming. My dog was very confused.
It's quality, man. And, and he has got a pick 6 as well. He's got a pick 6 against Pittsburgh. Big boy can move.
And, choking on a biscuit. Dane Brugler compared him to a certain big cat.
Oh,
who we've missed.
Exactly.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, his size, 305 pounds, and ran at sub 5 seconds.
That's
I
shifted.
That's fucking quick.
I don't think any of us had run sub 5 seconds, and we don't weigh 305 pounds.
No.
No. And did you see how the Eagles didn't screw us this time? 1 pick ahead of us. They didn't. They took a guy that we were not taking. Like, it doesn't always happen.
And don't forget as well, we've got what's his name, Chauncey Golston as well.
Yes, yeah, it's a great point. Yeah, suddenly our defensive line is a real strength now.
I mean, if someone
whole
says
defense
going into this draft, you're going to get Abdul Carter, you're going to trade up for a quarterback, and you're not going to give up a 1st round or a 2nd round pick next year. You're going to get Darius Alexander. I'd have been like, sign me the fuck up.
Oh my god.
I'd have said it's too good to be true. It's not going to happen.
It's like the draft has been phenomenal for us, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's our big butt that we've been looking for.
Yeah, there he is. There he is. Oh.
Just follow Darius Alexander as well, Craig, on Twitter if you want to.
Nice.
I couldn't find him. Oh, the Lions are on the clock at 70.
Wide receivers started to go now.
The Lions are traded
Cleveland.
Up with
Cleveland selected one.
Cleveland selects were one of the best remaining tight ends left.
Howard found him.
Mini Antonio Gates.
Yeah. Watch him run, though. He runs so weird. Just watch the way he actually runs. Oh.
Cleveland still passing on Shedeur Sanders.
But will Raiders? That's the question. The pick is in.
Yeah.
I wish they'd hurry up.
Who, the Raiders or?
Yeah. I'd like to go for a piss.
So Schefter is saying the Steelers at 83 is the likely landing spot.
Oof.
83, wow.
83.
You love to see it.
You'd love to see it.
The funny thing is, Shane has not, literally from the get-go, ever since it was like, pick 3 could be Shedeur.
Yeah.
Never happening.
This guy loves it.
He does a little bit, doesn't he?
And who had that we would only have had 3 quarterbacks off the board by the end of round 2? Like
Mad,
I had a over under that hit on the first round that was set at 2.5, so I had to the under. So that was a nice little. I think it was 5-1 or something on the first round. So yeah, nice little.
Darian Porter, Iowa State. So the Raiders have passed up on him as well. There you go.
He's a big one. He's 6.
My guy at cornerback.
Yeah, 6'3", 197, ex-wide receiver, isn't he? So a bit of a late bloomer.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. Like I like to see wide receivers turning into cornerbacks.
Yeah,
they my favourite kind of cornerback. To be honest with you, got the speed, got perfect length. Like I say, a little bit raw.
Because they've been a receiver as well, they know how to play against a receiver, right?
Yeah. Xavier McKinney was a wide receiver in Notre Dame before he converted.
The New England pick.
See his ball skills.
Yeah, the New England picks in. The Jags are on the clock. You know what? The Jags should take Sanders.
Lions traded up with the Jags.
Even better. So they're trading down. So the Jaguars should take Sanders and pair him with Travis Hunter.
But the Saints not. Oh no, they've already gone. Shock.
Yeah. So if you look at the teams that are expected to need a quarterback, it's Steelers and the Saints.
Saints went shop, didn't they?
Yes, it's Steelers and Browns. Effectively,
the Browns are passing him 3 times already.
Multiple times. They had like 4 picks in the last round, didn't they? The Browns.
Yeah. Yeah, Detroit are on the clock. Pick 69. Whee! So childish.
John Cena.
Yeah, so the Browns have passed on him 4 times now. And the Steelers.
All I see is a brick wall. I don't see anything else.
Steelers only passed on him once. They've got the 83's their next pick.
Yeah, they didn't have a second round pick, so that was why a lot of people thought they would take him and take a quarterback in the first.
First.
Yeah,
Idris Elba. What?
I mean, we'll just talk about Darius Alexander getting back to that. I've just seen the Giants Insider mention it. Great project for defensive line coach Dre Patterson. He's done wonders with some of the defensive linemen we've had. Like, I can't wait to see what he does to be able to mould Darius Alexander into the guy he wants. Because, Dex has really stepped up underneath him. We've seen what Elijah Chapman did at times last year as an undrafted free agent as well.
Patriots pick Carl Williams, receiver.
You see everyone saying Carson Sheehan's had a fantastic draft.
Jags pick is in as well.
Right. I think I'm going to retire and watch you guys from the tablet. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for being on.
Legend, man.
Yeah,
so 2:45. We'll let you off.
We've won the draft again. We've won the first day. We've won the second day. We'll just make it. We'll win tomorrow as well. Cheers.
Absolutely, mate.
Cheers. Thanks, man. Take care of it. Yeah. Chat a bit. The amazing thing is, 3 selections in 3 rounds, and you wouldn't have changed a single one, in my opinion.
No, I think we've done pretty well, haven't we?
Oh,
we've done pretty well.
Darius Alexander into that tweet, Craig, just so you know.
Okay, cool.
Lions pick. That is a bold jacket. That is a very bold
Who
jacket.
is this?
Don't know. Pipe down, pipe down. He's obviously a Lions player.
Not a wide receiver. I was huge on Kev. I don't know about yourself.
Isaac Tesla.
Yeah, I think there's
Okay.
better wide receivers available.
Sorry, what's that, lads?
Isaac Tesla, the pick for Detroit out of Arkansas.
Arkansas,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm not
Good player, but
huge on him. Bit of a reach there for me.
I've late fifth on him. He's my 21.
Have you seen that trade? Jags got 2 3s next year. So obviously recouping some draft capital that they gave up yesterday to move up. Oh man, I'm so buzzing we got Darius Alexander.
Yeah.
I'm well happy with that. Like he was someone who I wanted as my guy, and I was like, nah, you know what? I'm putting him in my top 5s.
Fair play. I have him at 7, so like it's just like it's such a no-brainer. He's an instant starter. He's coming in and starting. Like
I know
Such
me
a
and you had
steal,
a
65
conversation
as well.
about if he was going to be in our top 5s about a month or so ago.
like
Saints
to
pick us in.
get someone with his skill set that can come and start for the way, and he's a high character guy as well. It's great work, to be fair. I mean, I get you have to have the player drop to you, but you also have to pick him.
Yeah, because like we said before, we've passed on talent in the past.
Yeah, I think we've hit 3 home runs in 3 picks, don't you think?
Yeah.
The key to this draft is if Jackson Dart pans out. Now, you're not going to get the answer to that for 2-3 years. But if he does pan out and Carter reaches even a slimmer of the potential that he's possibly got,
Too many bloody adverts.
I mean, like, I miss this. Sorry, Holty. Holty was asking if there was anyone on the board you'd have taken rather than Alexander or both. Happy that Giants took the right guy then. He was the number 1 guy left on my big board. I had him at 35 and I had Caleb Johnson at 36. So there wasn't much in it. I just thought, it was one of them cases where the value matches the need, which matches the player.
Yeah, I mean, players left on my board was Xavier Watts, Winston, Revel, who are DBs, and we've overhauled our DB room. So he was the next best player regardless of position. Do you know what I mean? So, no, I wouldn't have gone anywhere else, to be fair.
I mean, would you just spitballing here, but like, would you consider a move up at all for anybody?
Well, there was only Alexander there. We talked about it, didn't we? We could have moved up for him, but then we sat there and
honestly, I'd seriously be considering moving up for Caleb Johnson if he falls to a certain point.
Oh, sorry. You mean from 5?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Caleb Johnson is like I don't have no idea why he's still here. He should not be here. I mean, the initial run of running backs went. Yeah, I mean, what would you give up though? You have to give up a 4 next year.
And you bear in mind you've given up a 3 already.
Yeah. Or a 5.
So 105 is worth 84 points.
So what's 105 and 154 worth?
114.
And where does that get you on the board? That would only get you to 96, 97, yeah.
Not really worth it, in my opinion.
I agree.
I mean, is there a player maybe you could chuck in there?
Who's tradable that someone would want?
Singletary.
Dime a dozen now, that type of back.
I mean, I'm not saying I'd want it, but someone who stands out to me, bearing in mind what we've done in free agency and the draft, Nacho.
Yeah,
Again, not saying anyone's going to want him, but
yeah. Well, yeah, no, I mean, yes, of course you would. In a heartbeat, you couldn't do anything about it. But it's a good candidate.
Higher.
For a reason by cutting him. You are going to cut him at some point. So I just don't, I just can't see anything on our roster that someone would not give up anything meaningful for it. Because someone like Nacho, like, who's going to free agency? Free agency. The way we do Olsen or someone else.
yeah. Your
Yeah,
mic's dropped off a little bit for me. I don't know if anyone else.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah.
Who, mine?
Bartman's gone to.
Yeah, that's better.
Shane, can you stop being miserable, please?
Shane, smile.
I'm not being funny. I've spent 5.5 hours looking at these faces yesterday. I'm at 4 hours now so far.
Whoa.
Whoa. The level of disrespect. What is...
What's wrong with his face, huh?
No comment.
Wow.
Yeah, we could see the old interior lines go now.
Vito as a trade piece. Hyatt as a trade piece.
Did you see someone?
DeVito as a trade piece? Yeah, really?
32 NFL teams voted for my team. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah. Did you see the trade between the Lions and the Jags? By the way.
Yeah.
No, what was it? Go on. I heard you mention it, but what actually was it?
So essentially the Jags traded a 3rd round pick and 2 6th round picks for 3 3rd round picks. They got 2 3rd round picks next year.
One of them's a comp pick, I think they said, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, they've given up 2 6 to gain 2 3rds. It's not bad that. It's not a bad trade.
Yeah, if we get all the edge and all the D tackles to go now.
Bills really building up that defense this draft, are they?
Yeah, Landon Jackson.
Yeah.
Just gone to Buffalo.
Where did you two have? Just sorry, because I think I missed it while I was getting a drink and stuff. But Vernon Broughton.
Vernon Broughton, Texas.
Yeah, who's gone to the Saints. Like, I haven't heard a lot about him.
He's kind of in. I'd have him like defensive tackle 9, maybe.
I had him as a 14, a 4th round pick, older prospect. More of a.
Don't worry, I've got the game on literally right here, so I've just seen it. Blown save. I know. Sorry, Kev.
That's right. Like a little bit like Alexander, to be fair, just like 6'5", 314, 3-tech penetrator, a little bit older as well, 24. Didn't see much playing time because obviously Texas played this year really well. But obviously didn't see much playing time because obviously Texas had those big boys last year, didn't they? Sweat and whoever the other one was. But he came out and was solid this year.
Does Craig want to announce this pick?
Zaria Thomas.
Huh?
What? Did that surprise you, Shane?
No, I said, does Craig want to announce this pick then? And then you spoke, so when I take it.
Sorry.
Just stole it from him.
My bad. I'm so
Do you know
sorry.
how long he's been waiting to get to say a Florida State player?
And he might not say another one.
Really, probably
What are you on about? round 7. I'm gonna do a personal live stream to announce Fitzgerald going somewhere.
Yeah.
Craig,
Love it.
who have the New York Jets selected in the third round?
Oh, I don't know.
Some small school in Florida.
Whoa.
No.
To be fair, this is something that I'm going completely off topic here in a way, but when I was doing my research for yesterday, I didn't realise that Travis Hunter had committed to Florida State
Yes. Oh yeah.
before he
And then-
decided to go across to Jackson.
Before Sanders
Yep.
got involved. Yeah. That's 9 cornerbacks gone, and Siobhan Rebel's still not gone. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I took a risk. I had him as cornerback 4, but again, I had Will Johnson's cornerback 2. So it comes down to the medicals at the end of the day. You know, when we're doing these positional rankings, we're doing them purely on what we see on tape.
Yeah. So we've still got what 31 picks before we pick again.
Is it one, Kev?
Holty.
Is it one?
Holty. One. Just one. Cheers, mate. Way to bring me down. Feeling good about the Giants draft here. I absolutely buzzing. And there you just pissing on my ice cream.
Oh, well. At least I won the college football.
Oh, wow.
After I wore the top yesterday for the bet, I can have a little bit of a dig back.
Someone call an ambulance. Jeez.
Kev, I just want to put it out there. You know, I've been nothing but respectful this evening.
Because your team's shit.
Oh, right.
Look
I mean, that's shots fired. That is
God.
wow.
You take
fired.
You take a Penn State player, third overall, and you know.
Oh, look at him.
The gravitas of the man, Jesus!
Wow.
Okay, hell. I tell you what.
Sorry, you were going to say Craig.
When I hand out the draft picks for us to all do the deep dive on next week, Shane's getting some shitters. I might just give him any offensive lineman we take tomorrow, like a couple of 7th rounders.
I'm unavailable. I'm putting myself as red on the cheat on the availability sheet.
Shane never holds back. Shane says what's on his mind.
All the damn time.
Wouldn't recommend doing it. Gets you in trouble a lot of times.
Bollocks to it. That's all I'm going to say.
It's 3 a.m. We don't give a toss, do we?
Exactly that. Exactly.
So Sanders at 83. What do we say, lads? Is he going?
He's got to, surely.
You can't go to day 4. I mean, at day 3, that would be crazy.
Yeah, that would be a shock if he drops all the way to day 3. I mean, it's surprised a lot of people that he's dropped this far, and he's not going anytime soon, unless somebody decides to move up to get him. But nobody's going to move up to get him because there's no danger of him going anywhere.
Well, that's a good point, you know.
Because if teams are really that desperate to pick him, then he would have gone by now.
Well, Bobby Skinner had a early 3rd round grade on Darius Alexander.
Okay.
So there you go. In the last 40 years, the Giants have had 4 drafts where they've selected multiple players in the defensive front 7 within the first 65 picks. 1986 selected Eric Dorsey and Eric Howard. 2003 selected William Joseph and Osi Umenyiora. 2010 JPP and Linval Joseph. 2025 Abdul Carter and Darius Alexander. Some pretty good names in there. So
I like that pick for Denver.
Yeah, same. I was just about to talk to you about it, Shane. We talked about Pat Bryan, haven't we?
Pat
Yeah,
Bryan.
there's a few times we've done shows.
Illinois.
Yeah.
6'2", 204 pounds. So, nice outside wide receiver. Probably going to be a kind of wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 initially. I think this might be a bit earlier than what I thought you might have gone. I thought you might have kind of go round 4, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, same. I thought it was early day 3 for me, yeah. But I mean, he did go for nearly 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns last year.
Yeah,
Ex wide receiver.
Just looking at the base, 77.8% of his catches in 2024 resulted in a first down or a touchdown. That's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
But he's not the quickest guy, and he ran a 4.6 40 combine, so he's not going to be kind of that stretch the field kind of guy. But,
No, he's your big-bodied wide receiver.
Niners picks in. Dallas are on the clock. Another chance for Dallas to go with Shador.
Ooh.
I mean, obviously, we're not going to be live tomorrow night, so it might just be worth kind of as this draft kind of starts to wrap up with the last, say, 2 or 3 picks. Me and Kev will maybe kind of eye up who we like at 105 and who we're hoping to see drafted by us then.
It's a good shout.
So we won't be live, but we'll be active in the group chats that we're in and that.
Yeah, definitely.
If anyone's watching not in the chats, let us know. What do you think of Nick Martin, Kev?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't as high on him as most. I think he's very small. He's 6 foot, 200 pounds. He's very, very fast.
PFF had him at 307 on their big board.
I mean, he's definitely undersized. He lacks the ideal size. He probably, one thing I know is he's a bit out of control. He sort of runs so fast. He's a bit like a bull in a china shop. Do you know what I mean? He just fires himself into stuff. I mean, he's not overly good in coverage, to be fair.
Brugler had him as linebacker 15.
I have his linebacker 13. Strange one, but then you like who you like.
Seen the Dallas pick?
But sure, I have him right, Joe. Right behind him. I've got Kobe King. What's he like?
I do like Kobe King. He's a good size for a linebacker. Maybe a little bit taller. He's 6'1", but 243 pound. He was on the field a lot for Penn State kind of over the years. Very, very aggressive. He's good linebacker in coverage as well. He's not kind of one of them that can do one thing but not the other. He was kind of the leader at times for that Penn State defense.
Yeah.
He kind of. I don't know. I've got a round 4 grade on him, to be honest with you.
I've got round 5 on him, but very early 5.
Yeah,
I thought he could be like a day 3 pick, sort of to come in and challenge the current linebacker room.
yeah, definitely.
I mean, there's lots of other linebackers I like.
Is that the second of your my guys that have gone to Dallas?
Mm-mm. Revel was my CB4.
But you still,
I liked him. He wasn't.
Oh, where's Dan for the pick?
He wasn't one of my official my guys. Darius Alexander was a bigger my guy than Siobhan Revel.
the only thing that I like about the draft now is the fact that they're starting to go right. Let's pick up the pace a little bit here.
Yeah.
Yes, it does drag on at times, though.
I mean, it is funny because, like, it is essentially, I've heard people say it before, that essentially a big TV thing, everyone's watching for someone to come out and read someone's name. Essentially.
I try and explain the draft to people about why I get so excited and why I look forward to it. And they're like, you sit there for 3 hours and watch people walk out and announce a name and walk back off the stage. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, when you put it like that, it sounds fucking bad.
It's like mental. So much more.
That's the thing, like what they don't understand from the explanation is the trepidation and the anticipation. When you know the player, like when you don't know who it is, sort of thing. As Andy just said, it's watching young people get jobs in real time.
Yeah.
So, Connor Hughes tweeted a couple of minutes ago saying, talking to 3 different defensive coaches at the moment. First time this has happened since covering NFL. All 3 said the exact same thing when asked about Darius Alexander. Love him. Why? Might be a rotational player to start, but has ability to develop into a 3-down guy who's equally as disruptive against the run as he is pass. Crazy athlete who hasn't even scratched the surface of what he can become because of scheme school.
There we go.
So I think the Giants are going to be getting a lot of praise for these kind of draft picks to be honest with you, over the last few days.
That's it. All you want to do is you want them to make good picks that sort of like people can see what you're doing. People look at it and go, okay, this pick makes sense for you.
Pat Leonard tweeted as well, off topic about Alexander, but said, Joe Shane said, when asked if Giants will have to manage Abdul Carter's foot and health, that Carter had sent him a video recently of a workout in Philadelphia. After running a hill and doing drills, Carter stared into the camera and did a standing backflip. Love the fact that the foot's not a problem. Craig, you with me? Abdul, please don't do backflips. What is it with our players wanting to backflips?
No,
did it.
I'm not having it.
Doing that shit, man.
Yeah, can we just
hop up down on 1 foot?
Yeah, just 2 feet. 2 feet on the floor, please. It's starting to get to that time where the flagging is starting, and I've run out of coffee.
Oh,
well, I've run out of iced coffee. I'm not making a hot coffee this late. I'll just go for more Kraken.
My man.
Shane, backflip sack of Jaden Daniels would be sick though.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, like fucking German suplex that fucker.
All right.
So apparently, Ryan Dunleavy tweeted a minute ago, Lawrence Taylor says no to Abdul Carter wearing 56.
Good.
I know he would love to wear that number, but hey, I think it's retired. Get another number. I don't care if it's 00 and then make it famous. So kind of hot off the press that Abdul Carter doesn't appear that he's going to be wearing 56 now.
That's
Oh,
the thing,
man.
though. It's like
Phil Sims.
it's the same thing with Dart. That's what I was about to say. Like, Dart shouldn't have 11 or 10, and you shouldn't want them.
Yeah.
You should want to. If you believe in yourself that much, create your own legacy for a number. Make a number your own. Don't try and live up to the expectation of a number that potentially is out of your reach.
Well, obviously, my prediction is Dart War number 2 in Ole Miss, which is currently owned, we'll call it, by Tay Banks, who moved to number 2 this off-season after Russell Wilson took number 3 off him. So my prediction is that in 12 months' time, when Russell contracts is up, Russell Wilson leaves the New York Giants, Tay Banks moves back to number 3, and then we might very well see Jackson Dart take number 2 next year.
Yeah, I think I said it last night. I think I can see him take 12 as like a compromise. You know, he's a first round pick and his number is 2. You know, kind of combine them and have the 12 there. Or he just offers up some coin to the Banks for it.
I mean, I'm just looking now. He wore number 2 for in high school as well. Dart. He
Yeah.
wore 2 at in high school. I don't know what Carter wore in high school.
Like that.
Jalen Knoll.
Yeah, I like
Knoll to Houston.
Yeah, I like that. I like that pick, to be fair.
So who have they gone now? They've gone
So in high school,
Higgins. Is that the same the Iowa State pair?
I can't remember who took Higgins, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Higgins. No, they took both of them.
Interesting.
And then Nick Joe. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Carter wore 22 in high school.
No, I don't want him wearing 22.
Don't think he can he?
For me, if he's going to take a number that's not retired, I'd like to see him in 51.
Who has number 22? Drew Phillips has 22 anyway.
Oh man, could you imagine Dan's face if Abdul Carter took 00?
Oh my God. No, just no.
Just looking at the numbers available.
Justin Wiley's an interesting one.
Yeah, I was lower than him than other people.
Oh yeah, I had him pretty low, to be honest with you.
Small, he's 5'10". I have him a 6th round pick. He'll be what? He's 22. He'll be 23 the first.
7 on the beast.
Yeah. Yeah.
I forgot to say, I'm absolutely gutted that Nubin has got rid of 31.
Why?
31's my lucky number, so I was thinking maybe next time I get a jersey, you was thinking about that one, but now it's Nick Jones.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because was a Pinnock left and he had 27, so and that 27 is Nubin's number.
Yeah. What number was Nacho? 93.
Hey?
Yeah, 93.
What did Darius Alexander wear in college?
In high school or college?
In
I think
college,
it was 9.
Toledo.
I think it was 9, you know.
It was 9.
Yeah.
So you pretty much wear anything like 90 something.
The only reason I know that is because I took control of Toledo in college football 25. When I was
In high school, he wore 52. And it looks like he also wore 98 for Toledo.
Okay. 90
90
is available.
98.
92 is available. No, it's not.
DJ
Yeah.
Davidson.
92 is available, is it?
yeah.
Yeah.
93 could become available.
There's a guard I was keeping an eye on out for us at 105.
Fairchild.
Yeah, the other
Is he
Georgia guard.
Guard, or is he center? Or
Oh, he's a guard because the Wilson is the Georgia center, and I can't believe he's on the board. To be honest, I can't believe he's still on the board. I thought he'd come off way before now.
Might be a little bit of a reach, but Miles Fraser is kind of one I'm keeping my eye on at 105.
Yeah, same. I'm keeping my eye on Milam out of West Virginia, Marcus Bowe out of Purdue, and Miles Frazier and Jackson Slater. Those are the guards that I'm kind of keeping my eye out for 105.
And if we wanted to go maybe more of the tackle route, my guy Charles Grant's still there.
Yes. Oh, yes. Great shout.
wasn't he projected second round?
I have him as early third.
Yeah, I'd have gone more in the third round.
Yeah. He's number 9 tackle for me, though.
He was one of my guys.
Yeah.
So one of my official my guys.
Don't forget Holland Pierce is there. One of my guys. He's more of a 5th rounder.
Obviously, I know who else is still there, Kev, if we wanted him a little bit later on.
Go on.
We've not forgot who he's. I know who I'm thinking of. I can't think of his name.
Running back.
Jonah Monheim.
Yes, USC center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We took him in our mock draft that we did before we went before the draft started last night.
But like centers, no true centers gone yet. You've got Wilson, Kendall, Monheim, Majors, McLaughlin.
Shane,
But
would you
none
like
of the
to
centers
answer
have gone.
the question?
I've got no issues going O-line at 105. I had no issues with it potentially at 95. Was it 95 we had? No, 94? No, 65.
99.
No,
99.
No, 65.
Oh, 65.
65 is where we picked for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd have had no issues with
Yeah,
it. 65 if the right guy had been there. But obviously, Darius Alexander was just the obvious pick, but kind of, Frazier's probably the guard that I'm highest on at the moment that's still on the board.
Yeah, no, I got Milam and Bowe and then Frazier. I mean, but they're all very similar.
I mean, another guy that's still there, a bit early for him in round 4. We've not got a 5th round pick, but Connor Colby out of Iowa. I was high on him. He was one of my guys.
Yeah.
A wide receiver, Shane. Tez Johnson.
Oh. Keep talking, Craig.
No, don't. Stop. Right now.
No, carry on.
But I wonder what's going on with Alec Iomanor. Iomanor? I just can't do it.
If the Titans pick is in and the rumours are potentially
Steelers on the
true,
clock.
is it happening now?
Has to. Well, it doesn't have to.
If
They
it
probably
doesn't
think
happen
no one else is
now,
going to
when
do
is
it.
going to happen? Is it if it
Whenever
doesn't
the
happen
Steelers
now,
want.
it's not going to be on day 2.
I've seen the Steelers pick by accident.
Yeah, so have I. I just clicked on another tag, and it just went, there you go.
I just thought, oh, well, I'll see what the Titans pick is, and there's the Steelers pick as well.
Yeah.
And gone, shh.
Good pick by the Titans there.
I'm going to beat Dan to it before he says it, but Tennessee Titans have taken Kevin Winston Jr., safety out of We Are Penn State, the third Penn State player to go off the board.
More than FSU and Notre Dame put together.
All right, we're not keeping score, all right?
Yeah, we are.
Shane absolutely is.
Kev's just like, you wait for that day 3 run on Notre Dame players.
Wait for it. Why don't you lick my balls?
Oh, the Steelers pick is in, yeah. Steelers pick is in.
Kev's so unnecessary.
How would you like to suck my balls?
Family show, guys. Family show.
Come on.
I didn't even
At
family show
at
when you
3:20 in the morning.
Where is he? Effa and Jeff are up there.
Thank you.
The Steelers pick is in. Is it going to happen?
Here we go. Is it going to happen, Kev?
No.
I just don't think it is, Because, if it doesn't happen here, where is he going to go? Maybe the Raiders at the end of the round?
But then you've got to have that conversation and oh, yeah, we're so happy to have you. Well, why didn't you pick me 4 rounds ago?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I've just seen the pick on the NFL app.
I mean, that's a great pick for them. That is phenomenal value, and he walks right in, and he's the number 1, without a shadow of a doubt.
Well,
he gets to keep the same colours.
Who's their running back at the minute?
Jalen Warren.
Yeah, Najee Harris.
Jalen Warren is the number 1 now at the moment, and then Kenneth Gainwell.
So it is not Shador Sanders.
No, that is great for them. That's fantastic value, and he's a number 1 running back.
Love to know why Johnson fell the way that he did, though. I mean,
same.
It looks like running back 3 for me. Then there was a point maybe building up into this process where a lot of people were torn. Is it Hampton or is it Johnson as the next best running back behind Gentry?
Yeah. I had him as 5, but very like I said, I had Judkins, Henderson, and Johnson all interchangeable. You could have had 1 of 3, 1 of 4, 1 of any of them. So
there are 19 picks left in day 2.
There are.
The Browns have 94. The Raiders have got 98 and 99. That's it, isn't it? Like that, they're the only options for him to go today.
Yeah. Can you imagine him going on day 3 of the NFL draft? Like the embarrassment, and do you reckon it would humble him?
This is a genuine question, and I know it's unlikely as hell, but he still has a year of eligibility.
Yeah. He's not allowed to go back.
He's not.
Once you declare, you can't go back, can you?
But I get what you mean, because there was because they talked about it. They talked about having a rule that if you weren't picked, you could go back. But then the colleges were like, well, we've moved on. We would have planned for...
Because like all the recruitment and stuff has happened, hasn't it, essentially?
Yeah. And that's why they there's a committee, NFL committee, that eligible college players can put their name in, and then this college committee sends them back 3 grades. Round 1, round 2, or go back to school is what they tell them. And then it's up to the player whether they come out or not.
I mean, I know I said this on the air, but the longer it goes on, the more I think How bad did you fuck up your interviews? What on earth did you say or do?
Apparently,
You
he
know what?
really
If-
pissed off the Giants.
If the sort of story about the Titans and the documentary is true, teams talk.
Yeah,
Oh,
massively.
absolutely.
GMs talk, don't they? Come on.
Some GMs are best mates.
Yeah.
You know, you've only got to look at Joe Shane and the Panthers GM, whose name I forgot.
Yeah, I know.
No idea.
What you mean?
But obviously, they ain't best mates. I think they went to each other's wedding and whatnot. And
Dan
know,
Morgan.
Dan Morgan, thank you. And I think Joe Shane even said, look, you know, that text pretty much every day. That's not going to be unique to the NFL. There's going to be many GMs that are like that, but like genuinely, the longer it goes on, the more I just think, what on earth did you say or do, or maybe what did your dad or representatives say or do in the
Because
build-up?
you think 2 months ago he was widely touted and widely regarded as going number one overall.
Yeah.
And
And
now,
up to like 2 weeks ago, a lot of mock drafts had him going number 3 to the Giants. We did our
Yeah.
mock draft tracker, and for a large portion of it, it was orange on the screen. A couple of picks for Hunter, but predominantly was for Shador Sanders.
yeah,
Shane, just
Noel
think of
Williams,
all of the
Spencer
unnecessary meltdowns you could have had.
It's like, you know, someone likes punishing me. You know what I mean? Like, there's just no need for it, is there?
but at this point, with everything that's been said about Sanders, are you just not so glad that we've got Jackson Dart instead?
I'm
'Cause I
more
know I
glad
am.
we've passed on Sanders.
Yeah.
Like, I was not keen on Sanders at all. Like, I was just never a Sanders guy, a Sanders fan. I think if his name weren't Sanders, he wouldn't have been spoken about in the first round. To be perfectly honest,
It just doesn't seem like a fit for the Giants, does he? Him and the organisation are like chalk and cheese.
yeah.
You know, he does fit someone like the Raiders or like the Browns. I'm gonna assume you guys have spoken about the about what Lawrence Taylor said.
Yeah, bet the jersey.
Yeah. I'm going to assume that's what you were talking about when I came back in. Fair point, though.
Is there anything better than the progressive adverts? Like, they knock it out of the park.
They are
every
really good,
time.
aren't they? Progressive, yeah.
The turn into your dad or whatever it is, just so good.
Just on about what Dan was on about. Obviously, if we spoke about it, we did speak about it, Dan. I don't know what your thoughts, Sam. Obviously, Lawrence Taylor came out and said, "Get another number." I don't care if it's 00. Just wondering if you've got any thoughts or opinions. Are you bothered if it's 00?
Am I what? Sorry,
Are you bothered if it's 00? Because Lawrence Taylor ain't.
I am. It's not going to happen. No,
To no
don't like
00.
that. Don't like that.
Just
Don't
a
like
single
it one bit.
0 then.
Nope,
just
don't
that
like
one?
that either. Nope, don't like that either. Nope. Nope. 0 should not be on a jersey.
There's one on
Are you
Elon.
surprised? Are you surprised Milrose's still there?
you can just flip me off if you need to. Just.
All right.
Sorry.
No, I think that's right. It's fine. You made
What
a
if
fair
you,
point.
what if you request 0.56?
We're not having fucking decimal points on jerseys, okay? I mean, there is taking the piss and there is putting a decimal point on a fucking jersey. It's like who was it in football that put they wanted number 10 but they couldn't have it, so they put 1 + 9. I'm
What?
sure. I'm sure it
I've
was
seen
for
that.
an Italian. I'm sure it was for like Inter Milan a while back.
Because-
They couldn't have number 10 because number 10 was already taken. So they took 19 and put a plus in the middle of it. I'm going to Google that because that's going to bug me.
Because there's already a 0 on the team, he could get like 0, the small 2 right next to it underneath. Like,
Or was it a 1+8? Yeah, there you go. Ivan Zamorano. He had a 1+8 because he wanted number 9 because Ronaldo had number 9. So he didn't like it, so he decided to put a 1+8.
was it an actual plus?
Yeah, he was number 18 and they put a plus in the middle of it.
Did they put it in or did they put it in with like tape?
No, the Inter Milan put it in.
Jesus.
I mean, this is going. This
Mayo,
also
there's
went
Mayo
on
boy gun.
1997.
He's a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah, Mayo loved him. 6'2",
Murray
3'2".
Caldwell, yeah.
Big plugger. He was like the nose tackle to Derek Harmon.
We're just being distracted by the fact that Shane's screen is still sharing down the bottom.
What is it sharing?
And he's on mute. He's just everything.
I'm panicking.
It's been a long 2 days.
I'm thinking, shit, what have I just been looking at?
Oops.
We'll delete that. I'll send you a link later, Craig. Don't worry.
Cheers.
Was it 19 picks left? No, how many picks got left?
Jags have got 2 in a row. coming up.
15 picks left.
And then we've got the Packers and then Jacksonville back to back.
Yeah. Well,
Surely
Green
you
Bay,
might as well have the
picks
person
in,
just stand out there and do both picks. Like, you're not going to
Yeah.
wheel them out and then have them come back and wheel them back out again.
no,
I wonder-
the picks in for the Packers, so
Who's rustling?
Microphone.
not me.
Is that Kev?
Hello. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
myself on mute. Yeah.
It's Kev.
Are you okay now? Speak to me. Talk to me, Kev.
Oh, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
No, I think your mic's gone.
I'm
Yeah.
tired now.
You and me both, mate. You and me both.
I mean, we've literally just hit 10 hours of streaming in 2 days.
Oh, no.
At 8.5 for me.
Suck it, Green Bay.
Savion Williams.
So they've got Matthew Golden and Savion
I was going to
Williams.
say double dip receiver.
At least they've got one receiver.
Who are you calling, lass?
No, Andy, the Jags didn't have 2 in a row. I think they've traded up with the Texans, but I haven't seen any comp.
No, mate. Let's have a look. Yeah, Texans did trade out. I'm not seeing what the compensation is yet. So Jags received 89 and 236. Houston received 102 and 142. So Jags gave up 145 points. Houston. No, Jags received. No, Houston gave up 145 points. Jags gave up 127 points.
So there must be two here that Jags were like, yeah, we'll take both of them together.
So I've just seen Savion Williams get described as Cordell Patterson 2.0.
Interesting.
Did that man just growl?
Yeah, he's the one that like takes direct snaps, can do a bit of running back, take
I can't hear Kev again.
Kev, your mic's gone dodgy.
Caleb Ranshaw. Why do they not just now have the next pick straight away? Like, why did that guy not have 2 cards?
No idea. No idea. Who's looking forward to some animals picking players tomorrow? pick 233 from the zoo.
To be fair, I hate day 3. Look, I feel like a lot of players get overlooked on day 3 because of the circus that surrounds the draft picks. Like, I'm not being funny.
Yeah.
Halfway through the day, they go, let's see if you can beat the truck.
1 2 1
Yeah.
2.
Still the same, Kev.
Might need to get another microphone, my friend.
Do you probably unplug it and use his iPad microphone?
Yeah.
So I've just started following an account on Twitter called @TexansCap. They show the trade charts and everything.
Steffi Smalls always has just something that is just outrageous.
Go on.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers does a coffee enema in the dark every time the Packers draft a wide receiver. That is a mental image nobody needed.
No, considering I'm drinking a cup of coffee. That's absolutely not what I needed right now.
Stephen A. Smith's having a meltdown on Twitter.
Over
Oh,
Shador.
1 2.
Of course.
Hello.
Kind of here.
Hello.
Papa, can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's ropey as hell.
This kid is a first rounder. 32 NFL teams beg to differ.
Yeah.
Ooh, Kev. Jags pick.
One, two, 1 2. Testing. 1 2.
Yeah,
better.
that's good.
One mic from the headphone.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. Apparently, none of Shador Sanders' Colorado teammates showed up for his party yesterday. Says a lot, doesn't it?
Wow.
How true that is, I don't know. But, wow.
Wyatt Milam, eh? He's an angry man.
Angry man.
What are you thinking, Shane? Are you thinking O-line with our pick when it comes around? Is that what we're thinking? If someone's there? Or is it just really like best player available regardless?
Yeah, I think you stick to your board.
Yeah. So, but if we've got a pick in the 4th round, 105, and you've got 2 players, one a receiver, one a guard, and one you've got an early 4th on, and one you've got like a late 4th on, which one do you take?
Say that again. Sorry, like fourth, early fourth on who?
The wide receiver and a late 4th on the guard.
I'll probably look at trading back. If you try back a little bit, and I'll get the guard there.
And what happens if they're both there?
Depends who I've got graded higher.
Rams
Look,
pick
I
is in.
mean, Miles
Rams on the
Frazier's
clock.
still there. I really like him. Look,
Yeah.
the offensive line that stand out for me, if I'm honest, is I'm just going to go through him now. Marcus and Bo's still there. He stands out. I wouldn't hate Jared Wilson, to be perfectly honest with you. Like, I know he's a centre and we've got JMS and that, but, you know, put a little bit of pressure on JMS and make it a battle there. Charles Grant, I like. As a development, I don't think he's been taken. Cameron Williams out of Texas.
I was going to talk about him.
He's
quite
a pure and a pure development guy. But, you know, that's what you do. In the 4th round, you take these guys that you can develop potentially.
Read somewhere that he's young, he's 21, that he was the right tackle at Texas, and a lot of people said that he should have gone back to be the left tackle, and he could have been like a 1st round next year. It just needs a little bit more maturing and a little bit more seasoning.
Yeah, definitely. As I say, I mean, like I say, you've got Marcus and Bo, Jared Wilson, Cameron Williams, Charles Grant, Miles Frazier. Name probably the offensive line that I'll be targeting there. Offensively, if you looked at, say, wide receiver and running backs, I don't think DJ Giddens has been took yet out of Kansas State. I don't mind him. Obviously, my guy, Devin Neal out of Kansas. Really, really liked him. And then you're kind of looking at some guys maybe a bit later on, kind of your Dylan Sampson, is it?
Dylan Sampson, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Rayshard too.
Rashard Smith, I quite like him.
Yeah.
Jaden Blue.
Kev, have you just heard what Rap said?
No.
There's a chance that Dylan Gabriel goes before Shador.
Oh my God.
Also, look at that tweet I just sent you, boys.
I've just seen it. Brilliant.
Where sorry?
Our group chat.
Just quickly as well, the video from the Giants War Room with them on the phone to Darius Alexander is out on X. If anybody wants to watch it.
The thing is, like, teams now will start looking for backups from tomorrow. Backup quarterbacks, that is.
Yeah.
I mean, and how would Shador and Klein be if they go somewhere where it's quite obvious number one?
Rams have gone with Josiah Stewart edge.
Oh, no way!
Yeah.
Oh, he's the Giants fan.
Who's that? Josiah Stewart.
Yeah.
Just got to plug in one of my laptops.
Yeah, there's plenty of value there. You can just see Baltimore pick is in. Watching the network, and at the very end, MYG's just crept in onto that ticker net. So we're not picking tonight, but
Yeah.
we're a lot closer.
Yeah, we're not far off of our fourth round pick.
I would love us to give up a 7th just to move in tonight.
Yeah.
Big man on the stage.
Emory Jones, LSU. See, could be nice that little run now.
Quite surprised Emery Jones has gone before Fraser, to be honest.
Yeah. A lot of people have Fraser. For people watching, Miles Fraser, he's from LSU as well. And a lot of people think he's the better guard out of the two.
Yeah.
They've got a third one as well, Garrett Bellinger, who I quite like. I'm a 7th round pick on him, but he was a starter. He started some games last year, but I think got injured.
Just in a tweet, how many rounds are we away from Dion partnering up with the Saudis to start a rival league?
Wow, that's
What is it about Emery Jones that he's lower than? I've forgotten who else you said.
Fraser.
Yeah. So what is it that? Why is it that you have Fraser above Emery Jones?
For me, he was like a little bit slower. Not only just slower, but like slower recognizing stunts and stuff. He would like be trying to block someone, and then the D tackle from the other side or the D end would like stunt around it. He would just miss him. He just wouldn't see. And you know yourself, like you have to have your head in a swivel. You have to see people coming from all angles, and he just didn't. He just kept his head forward and kept blocking forward. And it was a bit of a red flag for me, but. He is good with his hands, though, and he is quite light in his feet, like strong, but just a bit quicker and a bit more like with it, a bit play recognition, a bit better. Like,
yeah, I mean, for me, I've got Jones predominantly played tackle for LSU. Played 59 snaps there this year. Didn't play a single snap anywhere else on the offensive line.
Wow, have you seen?
Huh?
Have you seen the Seattle pick?
Jalen Milroe.
wow, there you go. That's excellent. It's a great thing.
Shador Sanders just tweeted, "Thank you God for everything."
That was a guess, to be fair. I hadn't seen the pick. I was just guessing it was going to be Jalen Milroe.
Is it me, or does that just fit?
Yeah, it does.
That makes sense. That
he can sit behind Darnold
on the screen now.
Look, I'm happy with what we've got with Jackson Dart. I personally wouldn't have hated Jalen Milroe.
Rich Eisen is having kittens as we speak. In disbelief that Jalen Milroe has gone ahead of Shador.
I mean, that's 4 QBs off the board now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Milroe, this is a guy who's got to sit. I mean, you're talking about Jackson Dart sitting for a year. Milroe could potentially have to sit for 2 years, in all honesty. And maybe get him on the field. Maybe try and get the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
And there's a red zone packages for him.
Yeah. I mean, the reference that has kind of been is Taysom Hill. Maybe you kind of get him on the field and get the ball in his hands in one way or another.
Seahawks have 5 quarterbacks. Jalen Milroe, Sam Darnold, Drew Lock, Sam Howell, Jaron Hall. Whoever that is.
BYU quarterback came out years ago. He's got a lovely deep ball, though. You've seen him throw a deep ball.
Saints are on the clock.
Oh, he's got a great arm.
And I don't know how fair it is, right? But people have said like he could be one of the best running backs in this class. But you have to try him out at quarterback first. He's big as well, 6'2", 220. The unit. What did he run as well?
Connor Hughes
He
just
ran-
said, I'm not sure I can ever remember a player falling like this who didn't have a major off-field concern, i.e. drugs or something legal. This is next level.
The thing is that a lot of the teams that are taking quarterbacks now have starters in place.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is,
Yeah.
you know full well, if you take Shador, there's going to be rumblings from day dot about how long is he going to be happy being a backup, how long until he starts pushing, how long until, Dion is trying to, a team starts 2-0, does Dion start tweeting, make the change and stuff? That's the problem, isn't it? Like, let's be honest, that is why he's falling.
Saints pick is in.
I've just seen the Saints pick.
To be fair, I mean Jalen Milroe,
Cleveland are on the clock.
See kind of how he develops because I think it might have been Monty maybe said last week he could be Malik Willis 2.0, where he never really kind of progresses the way you want him to. But kind of back end of round 3, you take that chance, you take that risk. I mean, I think that's probably a similar range as to where Malik Willis went. Was he maybe round 5?
Round 5, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Have you seen Carter's tweet?
No.
The worst thing he could say was no. My stance don't change. LT is the GOAT. Nothing but respect. But this is going to make me work even harder. I love it.
I mean, oh God. I just love him.
Shane's man crush right now.
Jonas Sanker. He was he had some friends who was killed in that Virginia shooting, wasn't he? Some of the players a couple of years ago.
Oh wow. No way.
He was my safety 5.
My 56. What's going on with Xavier Watts? Like, there's no character concerns, there's no off the field stuff.
Plays for Notre Dame.
Well, now you're just being mean.
Shane. Shots are being fired.
Andy said, Jesus, Kev, where do you do your research? Crime TV. now, here's a guy who's had some personal
yeah.
trauma.
The last time Seattle drafted a quarterback in round 3?
Wilson.
Russell Wilson, yeah. Russell Wilson. Yeah, the Browns pick is in.
Yeah, it is.
There you go. The Geno Smith trade lands Jalen Milroe. The pick they got for Geno Smith was Jalen Milroe.
Patriots are on the clock. Browns pick is in.
Browns just do it now.
Huh?
The Browns just do it now.
This is a question, isn't it? This realistically is his probably his last chance at getting a start
before the Raiders. Well, yeah, but obviously the Raiders have got Geno, haven't they?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
They just signed an extension, didn't they? Quite recently.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I know. So yeah, Cleveland have Joe Flacco, and they traded for Kenny Pickett, but
You've seen the Browns pick.
I think I've seen it. Yeah, I have seen it.
You've seen it.
No, I have seen it. I've seen the Browns pick. So you've seen it, Kev?
I've seen it, yeah.
I don't know if you said you'd seen it or you hadn't seen it.
I've seen it.
Is Mr. Legendary about to come off the board?
Oh,
Andy said, "Tell me it's Will Howard."
I'm surprised Will Howard's dropping as well. We're not dropping like his third round. I had a third round grade on him, so
There you go. I'm just saying, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if DJ Wangalele goes before Shador. I'll see which
He was
one you put
supposed to
in
be
the
the-
quote, Craig.
he was supposed to be the next big thing, the next sort of quarterback after Trevor Lawrence, wasn't he? And then he just sort of bunched around a bit after Clemson. Where'd he go? He went. Where'd he go after that? UCLA, was it? And then Florida State.
Yeah, there was a fist bump in the Browns' war room there. They look slightly happy.
With the Giants
So
still on the clock and Scatterbo falling, is that kind of like a preferred option?
Definitely wouldn't be against it. I just really fancy. I just really fancy like a starting guard, if I'm honest, if we can get one. He ran a 4.65. People are actually dinging him over it. When really speed isn't his game. He's a power back. He's 5'10", 220. I thought he could go in the third round. So yeah, if he's there in the fourth round, I think you've got that power back to go along with Tracy. And what did he run for? He went 1,700 yards last year. 1,700 yards.
Pick. Oh, I've just seen it as well.
Oh, wow. Hey, it's up high. Who is it then?
Dylan Gabriel from Oregon. Wow.
Have you seen Bobby
Quarterback.
Smith?
No.
We asked Tez Johnson what stood out about Dylan Gabriel, and he went on for 3 minutes about how short he is.
He's a small man. He's a small man.
He's a very small man. Wow. So that's 5
This is
quarterbacks
bullying
off
at this point.
I mean, is it
He is
bullying, or
very-
is
he
it
is-
or
he's
is
a
it
lefty.
revenge on the bully?
He is a lefty. I mean,
There's something about left-handed quarterbacks. I'm just like, I mean, I'm a lefty myself, but
yeah. I thought Miami would pick him up tomorrow as like a braggable alternate to Tua. So if Tua goes out injured, you still got like a left-handed small quarterback who slings it.
and a lot of people saying at this point, does Shador go undrafted?
Maybe.
Someone's going to, but the problem is that it's always going to come back, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, you're going to have to go and be a backup now.
Yeah. Could be like a practice squad.
Imagine. I mean, if you're Shador Sanders at this point, you just go, fuck it, football's not for me.
Yeah.
Atlanta have traded up.
Where's the Rock's number?
Yeah. So let's give wrestling a try. Yeah, why not?
XFL.
XFL, yeah.
Oh, the XFL, yeah. Yeah, Patriots pick is in. Yeah, the Falcons traded up.
Typical.
That's a great pick for them because it did sign a center free agency. The one from Vikings. Bradbury, I want to say.
Garrett Bradbury.
Yeah, so but like
Jared
he's
Wilson.
like yeah, he's an older center, so there you go.
So 7 picks left in the
Who's
third
traded
round.
up? Did you say Atlanta?
Atlanta with the Eagles.
Houston have traded, I think, as well.
Yeah, they have.
So I've just seen a tweet 59 seconds ago, another trade for Houston. They're a very active team, aren't they, really?
They are a bit, aren't they?
His
Move on.
GM, his GM is, or their GM apparently, is it Nick Casero? Loves a trade, like averages three a draft or something
Well, it's the third time he's going to trade
tonight.
this draft, I think.
Yeah, and he averages of that.
Traded it with us in the first round. Then he traded with the Jags, and then I've traded again.
Yeah, so the Falcons and Eagles swapped third round picks, and the Falcons sent a 2026 fifth rounder to Philadelphia. So they picked up a day 3 pick for next year.
I've just seen the Falcons pick. So
Texans traded 102 and 142 for 97 and 187.
Okay.
Why has he lasted this long?
come on,
Good pick,
Kev,
Aaron.
give it an announcement.
So with the third pick, or 96th pick in the 2025 draft, the Atlanta Falcons select safety Xavier Watts, Notre Dame.
How is that
Top
now,
50
Kev?
player for me. Top 50 player for me. Xavier McKinney light. He had 6 interceptions last year, 7 interceptions the year before. He's just an absolute ball hawk. Ex-wide receiver, 23. I mean, people worried about his long speed. I mean, he ran a 4.56, which is okay for a safety, but none of his athletic sort of things jump out. He goes there next to Jesse Bates now, and he could, a nice little safety tandem there.
I do wonder who the Texans have come up for. I'm thinking maybe interior offensive line. Maybe Miles Fraser here.
You just seen it? Is that what you're saying there?
No, I ain't seen it.
I think. Well, they've gone like proper offense, haven't they tonight?
Yeah.
They've done their tackle.
Maybe Marcus and Bo.
Yeah, they got their tackle. They got 2 wide receivers.
So the Raiders are on the clock with 2 picks, back-to-back picks they've got. Does Mr. Legendary go here in these next 2 picks?
Okay, Nickelback.
Okay.
Interesting.
I don't think they really had a corner as a big need for him, did they?
Who they got? No, good for you.
So you got Jermaine Illuminor just tweeted out, "This is wild."
He loves a tweet, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They've got
you got
Derek
Derek
Stingley. Yeah, go on. Sorry, go on.
Christian Harris, Ronald Darby, obviously getting on. Kamari Lassiter, who obviously the Giants were quite high on last year. I wouldn't have had the Texans coming up for a corner there personally.
Yeah, and he's a proper nickel corner as well. He's not really an outside corner. And they've got Derek Stingley on one side, Lassiter on the other, Jalen Petrie in the nickel. So he's coming in as a backup now. So and they fit it up to get it.
Say again.
Bid it up to get him.
Yeah. They gave up 102 and 142 for 97 and 187.
I had him as a fifth rounder. Who are we on now?
Raiders back-to-back picks.
Back Raiders.
98, 99. Jeez, we're not far away now.
Obviously, this would have been our pick.
Yeah,
It
99,
was
yeah.
99 originally. I mean, we're going to keep signing, but is it one of these picks?
Yeah. Is it? Well, the first pick is in, apparently.
Yeah, I've seen the first pick. So obviously we'll kind of look towards ourselves because obviously the order you've got currently now is Raiders with their second pick, Niners, Eagles, Jags, Titans, Jags, Giants. So
Yeah.
you know, there's like I said, the players that kind of stand out for me. Brazier, personally, I've got Bo above him. Kind of got a bit of guard tackle flexibility there as well. I think he's going to be a guard at the next level, but you know, he's like I say, look, team played 658 snaps at right tackle this year, 446 last year, and the year before 647 at guard. So he has kind of got that experience, especially on the right side of the offensive line. That's who my pick could be. I mean, I've got him at 42 on my big board, so it'd be like perfect value for me personally. And I had him as guard 4. Yeah.
Yeah, and also he had a 30 visit with the Giants as well.
Just 22 years old as well, so you know.
Yeah, it's one of those no-brainers. If we actually get there and he's there,
yeah,
just pick him.
And like I say, the other one, Charles Grant.
Yeah.
Or Cameron Williams. Any of them three, I'd be really happy with, to be honest.
Even Fraser, to be fair, Bo Fraser, Grant or Williams.
Yeah.
Delighted with. I have a third round grade on all of them. Then it goes into my fourth round then.
Obviously, the problem you've got then is obviously we then don't pick for pretty much 2 rounds.
Long time.
I know we've got a 5th and then 7th, any.
Yeah.
It is late.
Is it 2 7s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got, is it 154, isn't it?
We've
fifth
got
round.
154, then 219 and 246.
All right, here comes the Raiders' first selection.
I've not seen their second selection yet still.
No. This guy's been on the podium 3 times now, and every single time he's had something different to say for about 3 fucking minutes.
Yep. Just chat bollocks, don't they?
See,
Oh, yeah, because that's unique, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure in the past they have given him 2 cards.
Yeah.
Just in the first pick.
Yeah, I've seen the first pick. I ain't seen the second pick.
The second pick is in, apparently. Caleb Rogers.
Doon, 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 doon.
We're getting closer and closer, chaps. 6 ahead of us.
Still not seen the second Raiders pick yet.
I have.
No.
I've just seen it.
Doom, 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 doom,
Is
doom.
it just about to get interesting?
Yeah, I've seen it.
And is it? The faces aren't giving anything away.
Other than
Stoneface.
Toys.
Stoneface.
So obviously this would have been our pick. 99.
Yeah, it would have been.
Oh, I've just seen it.
Oh, for God's sake. God damn.
Wow. How has he got something else to say straight away?
He loves the readers.
That's a
I
shame.
really loves the readers. Yeah.
Shane's guy. Shane's guy.
Double dip O-line.
My guy, offensive tackle.
William
Oh,
and
so
Mary.
close.
Craig loved
So-
that college when he found out about it.
William and Mary.
Yeah.
I thought he was homeschooled. I
Schooled
thought it was
by William and Mary.
yeah, I thought
William and Mary
Sure.
Grant.
it was the name
Yeah.
of his homeschool tutors.
His mum and dad. Wow, so yeah.
And alive, he is. High school
So-
6'5", 350, 311, 8. Big boy.
It looks as if Mr. Sanders is going to drop to day 3. Unless he goes in the next 3 picks, which I can't see happening.
Jay Glazer has just tweeted out, interesting thing came up in my draft prep calls. For years, teams have pulled players off their board for 2 reasons, injury concerns or character concerns. A third category has been added, and most teams I talked to had guys off their board for doesn't love football. This was the first year it was so prevalent, and I asked why that
Wow.
is, and the thought is because of NIL money, guys have already been paid and feel like they don't need to grind to get paid. So the guys who love football are probably appreciated more.
Doesn't love football. I like that.
I was trying to figure out if Shane had an itchy eye then, or he was turning into John Cena.
Getting there now, lads. Getting there
The
now.
Niners pick is in. Pick 100.
I wish we would just trade in now just for the Giants to say, yeah, lads, because you stayed up all night. Do you know what I mean?
Just to sneak in front of the Eagles as well.
You just to say, like, you know, you stuck with us, so here you go.
Yeah. The good thing is, obviously, tomorrow we're on the board early. Obviously, the 4th round kicks off a lot earlier, doesn't it?
5 p.m.
Yeah.
PFF have
And the
done
picks-
really well there. They've gone, here's our top 100 remaining prospects as round 3 comes to a close. Number 4 is, is it Princely?
Yeah,
Umamelan? Wasn't he selected earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
They got
Well,
him
PFF.
as available.
Huh?
They got him as available.
Yeah,
Who's that?
PFF.
We won me Ellen. We won me Ellen.
Yeah.
What?
They've got Alec
Ellen.
Ayamanor, Shador Sanders, Braden Swinson, Princely, Scatterbo, Sampson, Royals, Jared Ivey, CJ West, and Xavier Restapé.
A massive run on wide receivers tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, he went at 77 to Carolina.
Yeah.
I think PFF need to revise that. All Broncos have traded up to 101 with the Eagles. Eagles are moving back and bagging picks, aren't they?
I'm so good that Charles Grant went.
We're not detected with the Stanford wide receiver, you know. But you need help in that O-line.
The reason why I'd like to go for guard is because you don't want to be bringing Van Roten back again next year. And if Evan Neal doesn't pan out, you're going to have to get a guard from somewhere next year. At least you can get a developmental one in there.
Yeah.
Here's a discussion point. Is Neil with us next season, regardless of how he plays? I have a feeling he won't be, even if he plays and plays well. What do you think? He's stout.
Yeah.
Yeah, Upton Stout. I like it as well. He's
Upton Stout. Go on.
small, he's 5'8".
One of Dan's top 5 best names.
I had him as a safety. I even announced him as a corner.
And look at him, he's so tiny.
He's skinny as fuck, isn't he?
The old height supremacist is out again.
Oh, so what was it? 5'8", 187. Good boy. Okay.
I had him as a safety more than a cornerback, Kev. I don't know about you.
It's a nickel.
I don't do that nickel bullshit.
He was number 4 on my list of. I had a pint of Upton Stout earlier. I had many pints of Upton Stout earlier. Don't you worry. Yeah, he was number 4 on my list of cornerback names. Just ahead of 80 and Tang. And just behind Mello Dotson. My number one cornerback name, they had to be Kobe Bryant. Just saying.
That's mental that the 49ers have made 4 picks and they've all been defensive.
Well, didn't the Panthers go? Didn't the Panthers go the whole draft? Maybe 2 years ago, just defensive players. All 7 rounds.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Broncos pick is in. The Vikings are on the clock for the last selection of the night. Who's this woman? Dawna Ponte. Why is she announcing loads of the picks now?
Isn't she like assistant commissioner or something?
Yeah.
Savion Jones.
I've seen the Viking selection as well.
Well, round 3 is coming to a close, gents. Day 2 is coming to a close, gents.
Indeed.
And I've got to say, I think we're all fairly happy.
Let's talk about it. How happy are we?
Yeah, it's all right.
It's all right.
Could have taken an offensive lineman at 3.
Yeah.
Why? Why, man? It's fucking 4:30 in the morning. Why? Like, why you got to try and get me wound up before I'm about to go to bed soon?
Just
nightmares.
Reeling him in.
Could have been worse. We could have drafted in an FSU or Notre Dame player tonight. Do you know what I mean? Luckily, we are.
This is fired all over the place. There we go.
You know. I suppose one of your teams has got to be good. He's just bitter about West Brom missing the playoffs, you know.
I think is why do I want my team to go up and get dicked every week? I have a friend to get dicked every week as it is. I don't need 2 teams getting dicked constantly. I want to stop placing with Reading. I want to go. I want a League One tour.
You just want to go to away days. That's what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Some new grounds to tick off.
There we go. Last pick of the third round.
Right.
And Shador Sanders has officially dropped out of the third round into day 3.
Wow, the NFL's got a massive FU to the Sanders family, haven't they?
Big time. Big time.
So, Kev, how many players are left on your big top 50 board?
None. Oh,
No.
Sanders.
I've got 3.
No, none.
I've got Sanders, Marks and Bow, and I don't think he's been took. Elijah Arroyo. Did he get took?
Yes.
He did.
Oh, yeah, he
Yeah,
did,
yeah.
yeah.
Ages ago.
A long time.
Yes, Sanders and Marcus and Bow for me.
You know the M silent.
Elijah Arroyo
No, it's not silent.
was pick 50 to the Seahawks.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Who's not silent? Or what's?
DMing Marks and Bow.
I heard somewhere that the M in Bow was silent.
I've heard it's not silent.
I've heard
I've heard
silent.
I've heard it is, yeah. I heard someone correct someone about it on this podcast. I mean, he'll tell us once we sign him.
Yeah, well, obviously the Titans are first up in round 4, and then you've got Jacksonville, and then obviously the Giants with the 3rd pick.
So
5 overall.
Name a couple of running backs you like, Shane. A couple of running backs you might take.
Devin Neal at Kansas. I'm not as high on Scatterbo, to be honest, as some people. Like, there's just other running backs I prefer more. Don't mind Dennis Sampson. Jaden Blue, quite like him.
Texas, yeah. Speedster.
Night, Andy.
And then the last one who I like is... Where is he? Jaquez Hunter. Oh, and Brashard Smith. I forgot about him.
Yeah. But DJ Giddings.
I like him, but I think I just prefer the other guys that I've mentioned above him.
Very good. Will we talk about some more, or should we call it?
I think most of the guys in the comments are calling it, so it's probably a good time to wrap it up.
20 past 4.
Also, according to the Beast, it is bow, like bow and arrow. Marcus Bow.
The M is silent. Cool. Darius Alexander, welcome to the New York Football Giants. So far, this draft has been pretty good for us, and let's hope it continues into day 3. 4 picks coming in day 3 tomorrow.
Yeah.
4, 5, 7, 7.
Yeah. So we're like I said, we're 3rd pick of the day in round 4, and then we've got a little bit of a drop into round 5, and then obviously a big drop after that. But exciting to see what comes in tomorrow, because we can potentially pick up some bargains in the later rounds and pick up some good developmental players as well. So lots to look forward to. But yeah, so far so good for Joe Shane and Coach Dable in this draft. And who'd have thought we'd have 3 top draw players in the first 3 rounds of this year's draft. And the future is looking a little bit more exciting anyway than it was last year. So that's all for tonight. We won't be live tomorrow night because it's
long.
It's day 3 and it's long, and but obviously we will be following along. So tune into our X page, and we'll be no doubt we'll be tweeting out and getting involved on there. But to everyone that's tuned in this evening, we appreciate each and every one of you. And for those that have got involved in the comments, there's been plenty of you again. So thanks very much. It's been a good night. It's 4:25. We're signing off. Until next week. Let's go Giants.